Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third place playoffs between Aizamk and Ezad. I'm joined in my bedroom, virtually, with the rat himself, Mr. Jaeger. Jaeger, welcome to the stream.
What's up, boys and girls? We are
You,
back.
are you wearing a tank top?
Yeah, it's hot here, man.
Bro, I didn't read the
That
memo of turn up in a suit and tie, get
yeah.
comb over the hair, looking fantastic.
Well, I mean, I reckon the hoodies count as suit and ties these days.
No, it's a joke. I just seeing that you're like looking like Widgie with his little vests clan. We need to have a rats versus the vests team
Yeah.
show match showdown.
Thanks, Ezad, for the raid. Juicy 26 viewers
I would
joining in.
I would be worried if Ezad didn't raid the channel he's about to play a competition under. Not for the raid or for the viewers. They'll come over naturally. But the fact that Ezad be like, yeah, sorry, I'm too busy having fun on the 1v1 QS ladder. He'll just like never turn up.
Well, anyways, we are here with the third place for the Autumn championship. We are finally finishing this championship. And the next one is gonna be the winter. You guys should be ready for that.
Whoa, Jaeger, is that confirmed? Is that actually a thing happening? Because I haven't heard anything like that.
Hey, it's always confirmed. There is always something coming up on ESOC.
I wouldn't jump the gun. I mean, at least we're in the right season at the moment. Instead of last time we kind of skipped summer, was having spring finals in like July, August, something weird.
Yeah, the timing was a bit off, but eventually it happened. Ooh, looks like the first match is ready to start. We got Ezad going in. What were they locked in again? Harrison, did you? All right, there we go. Ezad going in with French. A's going with India.
The map is Himalayas, so
Himalayas.
a bit of an interesting choice there, I think, for A's as an opening kind of Civ for that map. Not really any livestock. There's middle trading posts, kind of lowish hunts.
Is it upper Himalayas or just the standard Himalayas?
No, just Himalayas. So I know you little tree boys like your little cliffs and no TP lines. You get to wall up easier, but no, it's the 3 TP diagonal map, balanced standard. Appeared in standard maps in RE. Hasn't really been seen too much in DE. Does occasionally feature, but hasn't been the standard map pool for a long time.
I remember it was in the map pool when D was released in the solo queue ranks for both treaty and supremacy, but I think after a while they switched it up and changed it and removed it completely. But it's still a really nice map. I do enjoy playing it. It just brings up some old memories.
Yeah, no, I definitely did just say it's not in the current standard map pool, but that's okay. Obviously, when the game first came out, you didn't have the African maps, you didn't have the European maps, and
European maps.
quite a few of the Asian maps hadn't quite appeared already. So I think they were being released on some of the earlier balance patches or just like monthly updates. So more maps have come into the scene. Some maps have kind of stayed around. Some maps have left. It's like when the game first came out in DE, Great Plains was still a really decent map. It's quite good. Now it's one of the worst maps going. It's really, really dislike it. It's just no treasures. It just the soul of the map's kind of been gutted out, and it's just rather too boring compared to most other maps. It's pretty strange how it's
the
kind of
good
happened.
old time on Nila, going on GP every game.
I didn't play vanilla actually. I only played Asian Dynasties onwards. No.
Okay.
I was too busy playing like Call of Duty, never
game
games like that. Right, guys, our game's ready to go. Let's hop over into the actual game. And it's been the first game of our best of 7 between A's and Ezad. The finals, Julian versus Kaiser, will be following on afterwards. But until now, it's our best of 7. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another casted game on ESOC TV. We are in the bronze match playoff between Aizamk and Ezad. Game number 1 is on Himalayas. We see A's spawn to the north of the map in the color red, playing as the Indians. Ezad spawned down to the south map in the color blue, playing as the French. Joined for this best of 7 series as we have a co-commentator of Mr. Jaeger. Jaeger, welcome to the stream.
I'm really excited to get this match going, and already starting the game, Ace is going straight away for the TP. The north side of the map, the TP is secured. No house yet. I suppose he's gonna get the house, and after that, get slowly transition into the hunts.
Yeah, so Ace has found some good, nice wood treasures. If you haven't seen previously, Ace enjoys a kind of Age 3 style play with the Indians, focusing on kind of an elephant-heavy play style, and that really requires you having that train post to get that XP income to push you further. The extra 70 wood there is really nice. There was a 40 wood treasure nearby he's kind of hasn't quite seen. Other people do suggest with the Indians that with the extra TP start, it doesn't slow down too much. The extra XP means more villagers with the shipments, so it kind of pseudo drives your economy that way. And Ezad would be very happy with his kind of opening so far. He do have advanced wonders in there. He did send it previously in the prior series. His build order is distributed to some advanced wonders. I guess he goes 700 gold as card number 3 and tries to get himself up in good time. And then he gets to play with Urimi and Mahaz. Pardon that. That was my my speakers turning themselves off. I'm on the headphones now. What do you think Ezad's going to do there, Jaeger?
I mean, looking at Ezad deck, he got the bourbon, so I wonder when he's gonna drop that. Usually, players would go for that for around H3 Fortress playstyle, but I don't reckon you will be seeing the bourbons being played on H2 often. So I think he's just gonna go H3 Bourbon Gendarme, apply some Musk Gendarme pressure with that, and probably support with some French skirmishers as well.
Yeah, maybe. So I mean, I don't think Ezad will go that. Was it Ancient Regime and going for the Royal Musketeers, the House of Bourbon, as you said? We might do. He does have the card ready to go. We'll have to find out. He would click it now if he was going to send it. Oh, he is going to send it.
He did. Okay. Interesting.
So, from Ezad's point of view, he gets to send this. He has a native embassy. He gets to send it forward without any contestation. He may take middle map. Get some musketeers out, can siege at training post versus Aizamk has. Maybe try to do a bit of raiding, but won't put Ace under too much pressure. The musketeers get 2 shot by the town centre. They're rather expensive. You can't mass up too much. And Ace's build order here is kind of gearing himself up for a fast age to the third age behind this. So I think Ezad will see that, respect that, and they kind of probably change his playstyle behind. Maybe himself take a second train post or do like a 4 CDB, 700 gold, and follow him up afterwards.
I mean, that's 7,500 HP on the Carney, so it's not gonna go down anytime soon. It's a really tanky building with a huge... And we had a treasure still. There we go. That was a good one. Bunch of monkeys coming in, chasing the Indian explorer. But that should be fine. It's trying to put some idle time on the settlers, but I don't think Ace is really caring that much. Those monkeys are not doing anything.
The wagon goes forward. He's going to drop it down. He's kind of putting it away from the center of the map and away from the middle TPs. I kind of not 1,000% sure this placement, but it's very clearly here trying to kind of zone off those resources to the kind of upper east side of the map, keep A's in his base. But there's a hunt forward of A's base. There's a hunt near the trading post of gold mine as well. He has berries in base, so with some market techs, it's actually pretty efficient for Asian Vills to get onto that. So I don't think A is going to be too worried. Can we check if Aizamk has scouted that forward building there from Ezad? That will help him. He hasn't scouted it at all, which it's not going to change his playstyle. Ace has got a playstyle here. Ace is looking to do that fast FF, but if he does see it, maybe he might want to drop down a barracks in between, get 5 Gurk out and play.
Ooh, there we go. 4 Bourbons are coming in. They have the charge attack with 44 charge attack on their initial shot, but it does have 0.75 less damage versus Villager, but still, that's a really good charge attack. Ooh, they're getting picked off. That TC, 2-shotting the Bourbons.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Ezad's walking in with just 4 musks. He's not going to get anything done.
Yeah.
They don't have any bonuses versus Vills. They don't have the full charge ability versus the villagers. TC will pick them off rather efficiently. They're quite expensive units. A's is not losing any tempo as a result of this. He's actually gaining tempo. Ezad's going to have a weaker follow-up behind this, and Azam's happy to pick these off. He's getting his coin. Minding of business, he'll follow up soon behind 3 hussars from Ezad being sent across to try and get some sort of musk-huss push, but it's still only 5. The effort's still up. I think those huss won't be in base in time. Ace can always call in a rifle minutes to push this away if he needs to.
Yeah, still no consulate from India either, but I suppose he will be able to get the coin crates, but still need a bit more coin for the age up. And look like Ezad is trying to be as annoying as possible to Ace, deny the villagers as much as possible. Still doing a bit of damage, but as you said, the Bourbons are not cheap. And there goes the huss that are coming in. The age up is being played finally. The fort is being placed in the base. Nice, that's not a bad fort to be honest. He's defending 2 gold mine, the berries, next to the carney. It's a good place.
It's not ideal though, because although you could say it's pseudo defending that forward gold mine, it's not actually challenging Musk standing out of reach of the gold mine, but in range of the gold mine itself. So it defends the back mine. There's a little starting hunt, back hunt still around. The berries are kind of somewhat exposed. Ideally, that's aggro fort will be placed forward. However, because it's being placed behind his TC, it allows A's to get Vills on much easier, in and out of the TC, get them safe, and kind of get this age up in time. Otherwise, it will take like 2 minutes of just pure idleless building time to get up, and by that time, Ezad will actually have a decent power spike to go for a timing attack. Worth noting on the age up to the 3rd age with the aggro fort. It's not 2 seaports. I think it's a couple Gurkha, maybe 4 Gurkha, 5 Gurkha, 5 Gurkha. So it's going to be enough to push back, but it's not the Mahout elephant, which A's did try with the previous game, aging up with the Charminar Gate. So that initial power spike not necessarily present there with A's, and game going forward, I think A's would have preferred to have access to Mansabdar units to really help his age replay.
Yeah, indeed. But there we go, the consulate is being placed. He finally managed to age up, so it should get easier, but he do not have any shipments to send. And he's also housed.
We'll find out when he has population space, because that's when it reveals cards in a bit of a clear way. I'm not sure if he sent in the wood trickle behind this or not. It does seem a shame. No, he has kind of gone for double crates behind, which does make sense.
Yeah, double crates, yeah.
But it's a bit of a shame that you've got to this point, you've aged up, and you haven't quite got that first shipment behind. He just about has one now, which I'm expecting to go for a food-based shipment, like 2 Mahouts, maybe the Urumi behind this. He was thinking, he was looking for it.
Powder? Okay. Very interesting choice, actually. Like, considering he's going with the Ottoman consul as well. Like, going for Howdah is like... Does he wants to send the Azab as well on top of that? Double anti-cav? Or just he wants the Ottoman consul for the villager? I think he just wants to get the villager and then just switch.
You say
there we go.
You go for villagers where you can, but you might you kind of keep the Ottoman for as long as you want. The Hussars are really good. They're the not
The
Hussars, not
Delhis.
the Delhis. Yeah, I'm about to say the
Yeah.
Bostanchis, but they've changed names as well all this time. I think the Howler is very useful here versus some smaller number engagements. But I do see A's training another Howler. I don't think he wants any more than two. I don't think going pure Howler here is the real idea. I'd
I think
like
he's
to
gonna
see.
make one more Howdah as well. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna be double Howdah. He's macroing for it. There we go. Thank you, Kevin. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid.
Yeah, Kevin,
That's a huge,
one.
massive Gerben and skirmishers, though.
Yeah, Kevin wouldn't want to miss this action out. This is the hottest place in town right now, and good shipment here for Ezad, but he's just kind of zoned these Howdah off, and once they get into melee with the Royal Dragoons, it's going to slow down the Howdahs, and the rest of the infantry.
They do trade very well in melee against any cav, basically.
Yeah, reinforcing Howdahs will push this back, but it's not exactly trades that Aizamk really wants at this moment. He does need to, if he wants to try and play for a Skirm Goon ID, he does need to back off and kind of wait for more Gurkhas, train 5 Gurkha from the Agra Fort, maybe send in 8 Gurkha from the home city, but he still needs a barracks behind this to upgrade his Gurkha to veteran, which kind of makes this transition really awkward. And yeah, he hasn't got the barracks just yet because it would take too much resources. Okay, he's now getting it now.
Just getting, yeah. What do you reckon the next shipment gonna be? I would say like either Urumi or Gurkha are gonna be the best option for him.
Versus this competition, it's easy Urumi. Urumi countered the Musks, they countered the Dragoons,
there
they
we
also
go.
do very well versus the Skirmishers getting on top.
Skirms as well, yeah. It's gonna be the best choice indeed. But you just have to time it right, wait for the Howdah to get healed slowly by the Indian monks, which he's doing, but it's gonna take a while. They are tanky, and they do not heal fast.
I don't see any Falconets so far from Ezad. He's gone for the 7 skirmisher car behind us. He's already got the 8 skirms on the field. I think Ezad should know that Urumi are on the way, and 3 Cuirassiers will be actually really useful to deal with this. I suppose the 3 Cuirassiers do get kind of one-tapped by the remaining Howdahs in the background, but he's still very vulnerable at the moment to a Urumi switch, which I'm not too sure Ezad's kind of really priced in. Maybe his idea is that with enough ranged Dragoons, ranged skirmishers, you can kind of focus them down one at a time while keeping range before they engage. But if they do engage with the Elephant Explorers, maybe a Mahout Pop as well with the Howdahs in the background, there's going to be huge damage output from A's, and there's so many potential kind of lines of attack that the Indian army can do. You got the Gurkha's long range, Howdahs a little bit closer, but you're in the face tanking all the damage, where I think Ezad's a risk of just getting his army slapped here.
Well, he's just trying to kite it back, but he sees the mass and he's not ready to go in yet. And meanwhile, Ezad got 40% gather rate on the berries, and that's going to be massive for the CDBs.
Bonjour.
Oh, I just noticed that. Ezad's gone for a forward town centre. Ezad loves his forward TC. Would you say this Yuri starting to move forward, though? This might be... Ezad's trying to find the time to go, but he really needs to... Ideally, Aizamk's golden situation or his dream scenario is that Ezad just walks underneath the town centre, tries to siege a building like that or try to kill some vills, and then Az wraps behind with the Urumi, calls Minutemen, and just surrounds the army. But Ezad's just kind of keeping his distance. He's trying to poke off units with his skirms where possible. He's got 2 town centres, so he's quite happy to kind of... He's taken the map, he's happy to boom behind this. He's also got the Bhakti Temple, so I kind of expect he's gone for vegetarianism behind for the berry boost. Yeah, he has got the berry boost behind this.
Got it, yes,
yeah. The actual attack there, which is pretty strong, it's like 5% on all units. Yeah, it's worth getting. It's worth getting. Might be a bit early for that, but pretty decent overall.
All team range infantry coming in, 15% range attack on the infantries. And Meanwhile, Ace is sending... Okay, he's gonna go with the consulate shipment. There we go. He's getting delis and also gonna get additional delis from the shipment, so that's gonna be good actually. You're gonna have decent amount of delis. There we go.
If he's going for the intervention on the Ottoman consulate, it's going to give him 4 Hussar. You think it might give you 5, but it's actually balanced to give 4. So with the units being trained behind, that's 7. It's a nice spike. It's not exactly enough to crush.
Look at that! There we go, war elephants. We see India, what we see French making war elephants. There we go. The fight is happening, the units are scrambling into each other, and there we go, the delis all are melted. Those hulks actually were handy.
Well, the Yurimi do massive damage versus the Halberdiers, but I think the Yurimi were occasionally doing some damage versus the Sufi war elephants. They were resisting that really strongly and absorbing so much damage. Behind this, the Halberdiers getting some good damage. Actually, it looks like the Romanian army is pretty in favor here for A's. The Halberdiers taking so much damage, but the Gurkhas are just ripping through the Romanian Dragoons, and they're expensive units there for Ezad to lose. I don't think he wants this.
Here's the chat move. Look at that. Melee Howda. Get them splash, baby. Let's go. Who needs war elephants?
Yeah, Aizamk backs off. Aizamk backs off here. He's now actually has cleared the army a little bit, so he can push out for more resources. That native embassy's still nearby though, so he will be training reinforcements relatively quickly, and because he has access to the Bhakti temple, can train Sufi war elephants, or Bhakti war elephant. No, it is Sufi, isn't it? It's has he got both? I swear the Bhaktis always had the tiger claws, and that was it. I must be going mental here. But the Mahout's been pushed back. These the actual elephants. The Romanian Gurkhas, however, are trying to push down the Romanian Dragoons, but actually, once these Sufi war elephants go down, the Gurkhas are focused on the Royal Dragoons. There's not actually much here to do with the Mahout elephants here from A's. He can push in for a decent engage, but all this time, remember, Ezad's beyond 2 TC. He's on hunts on the map. He's actually getting his economy in a really good place. It might be good to check out our villager count for the moment time being 52 villas here from Aizamk versus 48 CDB, which is definitely in favor here from Ezad, and it's only going to grow from this point onwards.
I mean, these are CDBs compared to regular villas. He does not have amalgamation yet, but other than that, he got pretty much all the upgrades.
Aizamk pushing forward onto this royal embassy. It's only 100 wood building. You can definitely replace it. It's actually losing the CDBs. Oh, one goes down there. That's unfortunate, but the rest gets into the town centre. I don't think Ezad's too mind. I think he's just managing the situation. He's training some more defense. Might try to get a pop onto the Gurkha sepoy, but I think he will pull them back. Does have quite a lot of gold remaining, so he should probably get a double batch of skirms incoming. I think the skirm count's looking relatively healthy here from Ezad. Quite a lot of sepoys from Aizamk make his skirm mass look bigger, but no, he's just losing his hard, and he shouldn't be taking his fight. He's got some more coming in, but needed to wait for full reinforcements before this fight happens. And now he actually has the same amount of Gurkhas, but he's lost about 5 or 6 when he could have traded more efficiently. Here come the Mahouts. They actually connected onto the skirmishes behind this, and
oh, that was close. There are some Azops as well. They can counter the Cav. And how is this fight going? It's gonna be more favored for Ezad, I would say.
Yeah, Ezad's happy with the engagement. I think the Dragoons managed to get some good attack on the Mahouts. Once that cavalry kind of push fell behind, it allowed the skirms to rip through. But here comes the war elephants from the Royal Embassy onto the skirmishes behind. The Howders are really strong, but the problem is you kind of want lots of Zambaraks at this point instead of a couple of real strong Howders. They get focused down pretty quickly. The war elephants, they don't do huge damage, but it's the snare, it's the distraction, it's the amount of damage to the skirms and the Royal Dragoons behind are doing. A Howder goes down, couple Sepoys go down, and the skirm count is in favour of Ezad. He's pushing Aizamk off the forward resources. while still on 2 TCs, now sending in 2 Falconets behind, knowing that the Howler mass has been dropped considerably.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Ace is getting the second TC next to a gold mine on the north side of the map. And look like he's going for elephant combat. Considering you do not have that many elephants, I would say British East India Company would have been a better choice. Like, look at the amount of infantry you got.
Oh, it's a 20% combat card, and remember, when you're dealing with really strong units, it's not necessarily how many you have, but what's the total cost you have of those resources.
Yeah.
And A's has basically got 1,500 resource worth of armor. He's just 20% combat carded. I agree, it's not ideal. I think 1,000 coin might be better, so you can kind of drive up double Gurkha, and then maybe, I guess, more Howders at that point. Maybe actually pay for siege jellies, because he does need to do something about the 2 Falconets on the field. But currently, right now, because the elephant's not fighting, the elephant combat's not really working for him as much as he'd want it to.
Yeah, seems like the corner gonna go down. I doubt he would be able to stop it. He's trying to just walk around the tree, snipe the Falks with the Howdah, and seem like
look at that really low HP.
One. There we go. He got one. There we go. But I would assume the corner gonna go down anyway.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, there's not that many natural resources nearby the Carney anyway, so it
doesn't matter.
The effects that's kind of been and gone. Second TC for Aids, I think it's been a relatively recent construction. Villager counts getting relatively healthy here, but you can see that as soon as these hunts go, Aids will have to cross onto Ezad's side of the map, and a couple Crassiers running around could cause absolute mayhem. I'm surprised Ezad hasn't really started to think about units to raid around the map. He's really getting this Skirm Goon concentrated force in the middle of the map working really well. Slowly push down the Indian base, but the eco is not going to be where the army is. It's going to be elsewhere, and that is actually easy pickings potentially for the French army.
Oh god. Oh god. I finally got the second Falk as well, but I don't think he would be able to hold the Carney anyway, but he managed to pick up the Falks, so that's good.
It's actually the amount of XP that the Carney Martin gives on the kill, or just a wonder is actually really useful. That could be a cav combat. Mahout push here though. Looks like it's go time here for A's. A lot of food and wood being gathered. Does have another batch of Ostanchi Hussars from the Ottoman consulate, so he's trying to connect. But look at the trees, look at the mine. Path is quite awkward. If anything, is that Swiss pikeys? Did I say Swiss pikemen in there? What a pop!
Not every day you will see that.
Unfortunately, the Swiss pikemen, they're also struggling to get onto the units in the trees, but it's okay though, because from Ezad's point of view, he's kind of held back the cavalry, can run the dragoons if he needs to. I know he's taking the fight head on, but I don't think he needed to take that fight in that situation, especially after his some of his skirms got lost behind us. But just the Swiss pikemen holding the cav in place and the dragoons smashing down the Mahouts behind. Actually, it's been a decent trade behind this, and we look just happy for Ezad to take that score lead forward. It was his eco, his map, his comms going nuts behind this, and it was easy fight there for Ezad to kind of micro his units onto the right type of unit he needs to focus on. The pikes were on the Mahouts if they could connect, or the dragoons were definitely on the cavalry where possible, and the skirms behind were looking on the Howders, so pretty safe. Ace has been pushed back in base. He's dropping the rice paddy. That's not a good sign already. He needs to get more resources in. A second rice paddy. He just doesn't dare to cross the map, and I think he's correct because there's 5 Crassiers running past the TC. They're looking for villagers to hunt, and as soon as they connect, he's going to another gold mine. If he finds that gold mine, that's going to be 8 vills going down. He does see it, and that's because there's a CDB there. Shared vision, and there's some more vills going down as a result of this. Ezad's tightening the screw on A's. A's feeling the pressure.
Look like Ezad also forced to be on the mills as well. 70 CDBs to 77 Indian villager. And here comes 1k coin for India. Meanwhile, Ezad is going to send royal tax. That's going to give him a decent amount of coin. But
for about 800, I reckon.
Yeah, what was it? 800 gold, yeah. Don't you reckon Bourbon Reform would have been a better option? That's 2k XP. He could have had another shipment already.
Depends what shipments he has remaining behind. Yeah.
Now that's 2k gold stacking.
J'ai repris des forces.
Second native post is also claimed.
I don't know actually he wants to trade anything from here. He's got a couple techs. I think Seek Guru is one of like a damage for Explorer or HP for Explorer, but the Seek,
HP
the
for
Temple is
Explorer
just one of the worst going, unfortunately. Azad's got to have a plan for that coin. He's stockpiling, whether it's an Age Up or Ford Artillery Foundry into Falconet spam, or just spend it as the game goes on onto units. It's always nice to have a lot of that resource stockpiled. There's some hunts in the middle of the map he can move on to take. There's some forward gold mines. You can split those off as well. Oh, some spies here from Ace. That's from the British Consulate. I believe it's from the British Consulate. I don't really know.
Yeah, it is.
I don't really know why he'd want to do that when export is so limited. I don't think you can afford it on the spies. There's not exactly any more mercenaries going behind this.
Not much. Yeah, probably that was... I think he just took it more or less for the scouting purposes rather than killing mercenaries. I think he just wants to scout and see what's around. Where is he attacking from? He needs the vision because, like, Ezad is controlling, I would say, 3/4 of the map already.
Yeah, Ezad is diving in. He doesn't need to dive in, but he is diving in. Look at this heavy cavalry push. He does have some war elephants in there, but it's the flash damage of the Cuirassiers is probably the big damage dealer here. Massive Mahu pop behind it. Probably should force Ezad back. It's trying to get the path in onto that is going to be quite tough. I think Ezad's happy to sit back, looking to put pressure on his town centre, but there's so many villas to the east of Azamk's base just vulnerable. If Ezad sees this, they'll get munched up big time. I don't think Ezad quite knows those villagers are there. He knows that a lot of villagers are to the west, but he's just thinking, take the TC, take the victories I can get, and slowly cement this strong position he's got. But this could always go horrendously the other way around. Minutemen, the Mohoots coming across. Minutemen have been called actually. The Howler's getting a good engage on the Cuirassiers. Cav HP did come in time there for Ezad, so these Cuirassiers are very tanky. More war elephants behind this, and I think this should just be enough here for Ezad, but it's not been ideal.
5 red coats are also coming in from the consulate, but I doubt that's going to be enough to deal with this whole mass of skirmisher, gendarme, war elephants, and dragoons. But only would be enough to stop it for the time being. But
if my eyes don't deceive me, there's definitely no gendarmes on the field at the moment, just the veteran Cuirassiers, but they do have Cav Combat, Cav Cuirass, Cav HP, 680 HP, very tanky units at the moment behind this. The Redcoats did get picked up very quickly, and the Howlers were there to kind of deal with the heavy Cav mass, which is fantastic, but we're now kind of back to this Skirm Goon-based army, and I don't think A's can really keep up in the skirmish account, and see some pikes here from Ezad behind, which is interesting play. I think he's just wanting to kind of protect his remaining coin mines. Oh, just look, Ezad's on A's is like 3rd mine, and that is the last gold mine on the map, so big pressure on Ezad here to close this game off when he can.
I reckon he's just trying to balance the resources by going with 2 pikes. Like, he's just trying to have the resources that are most available around the map, which are wood, and he just wants to invest into pikes that can siege as well. So, oh my god, look at the 3 barracks tossing out pikes.
Yes, but a huge pop of Mahu on the army at the moment right now. Quite a lot of skirms getting picked off, plus 12s everywhere. Dragoons in melee. Mohoots are doing some big damage. Reinforcing Dragoons will get connect, but remember, these are elephant combat elephants with Brit Consular HP. Pikemen actually will not be enough to push this away. They're going to get eaten very quickly, and those skirms from Ezad, they need to run. We do have Dakar suffering on the field here from A's, slowing down the French army if the explorers are nearby. And you can see there, grouped with the Mahout elephants, a dangerous combo that is. Ezad rights to go into the pikeman, but he needs a whole lot more. 1,000 coin behind. It could be an opportunity to age. You can definitely age him and get the Bourbon XP tech to kind of jump that shipment progression if he wanted to. Otherwise, he does just need to mass a lot of Dragoons, get a couple pikes just to break, just even put a stop to the elephants charging and recover that skirm mass.
Yeah, I reckon Ezad can just chill out, get the gold praise, which he's getting now, and go to industrial, upgrade the units, and that's gonna be GG. And we got the whole TP line being covered by Ezad. I suppose the North TP will be denied by A's because he's just sitting next to it.
The army's moving over, but unfortunately he's losing quite a lot of houses, so A's really needs to try and stop this happening because it's expensive how much infrastructure he's losing. Although he's gathering lots of wood, has lots of wood stockpiled, Ezad going TPs, it's mainly because Ezad just does not want to pay full price for a plantation, whereas A's rice paddy is 200 wood less, and his Ville's gathered trees much faster. So it's kind of Ezad trying to secure some sort of gold income. At the moment, there is no gold income, and Ezad's on the way up to the next stage, likely trying to get factories for his gold income and kind of secure his late game position. It's a bit of edgy time here from Ezad because without any extra gold, he hasn't really got a good way to replace his army. Maybe he's got up with the Papal Guards to the 4th age for Bo Pike. No, going for the
actually he's going. Yeah, and he already transitioned into plantation, so I think he's just getting that covered.
Just the 2 at the moment. He would ideally need at least another 2, but that will come in time. You see he's spending all his wood at the moment on the pikemen to kind of protect his remaining forces because he hasn't quite got the gold to go for like a halberdier or a dragoon. Here come the Mahout push behind this on the H up here from Ezad. If this is the time that A's is going to win this fight and get back into the game, now it is. That Dachau suffering actually really helping A's close the distance, and the Rajputs and the Mahout closing in very good combo, but there's just too many pikemen here. They're trading too nicely. Unfortunately, there's no Yumi. There was Yumi here as well. Different story.
Seems like going well for Ezad. Like the mass is just too much. The Rajput mouths are slapping those units. Oh my god! That's what we call a good juicy cleanup. Wow, that was a nice cleanup. That was not expected. Who would have thought? No. Who needs gold when you can make wood and food army?
No, but we do have a factory back in base now for Ezad that's dropped down. 2 heavy cannons coming behind. We do have our very high CDB eco. Should be able to recover position. We haven't seen many Bourbon musketeers at the moment. We need to get those back on the field to kind of deal with this heavy cavalry melee infantry combination behind this. A's is making good opportunity this age up, and it's just the timing's been quite unfortunate here from Ezad's point of view. But if we get some dragoons out as well, at least we can kind of keep our distance against the enemy forces. I think what happened there was Ezad got kind of pinned down pretty quickly, but didn't really have enough of those. Oh my god!
Oh my god! The heavy cannons are not in the good place. That's bad. Oh my god! That's very bad.
He has to trade. He has to do something in trade. Yeah. Rajput still go flying, but that's.
Oh god! Nah, that was very unfortunate.
Oh, he's actually revolted.
Okay.
I like that play a lot actually because from Ezad's point of view was he wanted to try and age, and then with the idea that he would protect his heavy cannons with some units to then trade and get the factories behind us, but he's got really no gold eco behind this. He's just sacked his heavy cannons, so he needs something to bounce back immediately, and the French Revolution to get the Sand Squats is pretty decent behind. But actually, as the game scales behind this, like, I think India's quite happy with how this has really turned out in the last 2 minutes.
I mean, this is more favored for India. Like, how do you want to deal with the Mahals now?
Dragoons, Royal Dragoons, Pikes, resign.
Whoa. Oh my god, who would have thought? Who would have thought Ace is coming in, clutching?
Yeah, that's a shame because Ezad had a let's say he was winning the game, let's say 80-20.
Yeah, he was winning pretty hard now. Like that, he had the map control for probably 15 minutes. completely. Oh my god, look at that graph. Look at that graph. The units were getting slapped. Wow. I think it would be interesting to see the Vil graph as well.
Yeah, I think from Ezad's point of view, he just didn't do enough on the raiding. There's a moment where he did have a couple of Crusaders. He did see that as Vil was pushing out on the sides, trying to get further reinforcements. And although he could kind of contained A's into that little small pocket on top of the map, there was opportunities for raids on the right side of some Vils near the trees. But just a couple of Crusaders on the rice piles in the back would cause so much damage there onto A's kind of eco. And A's was going pure Rajput Mahot, which is both food and wood for both resources. So in a weird sense, Aizamk was forced into that composition due to no gold mines remaining. But actually, was the play behind this just Ezad just didn't have any of those Royal Musketeers or like enough heavy infantry on the field to kind of absorb that. And when the heavy cans went down, oh la la, that was frustrating
the
there
heavy
from
cannon
Ezad's point
was
of view.
just frustrating. Yeah.
And I just realized going back to the home screen, I'm like literally rubbing my eyes, going, "Oh my god, it's so painful! I can't believe." And actually, like that is my true emotions coming through there.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I would say the card that makes the Indian monks to make the nearby enemy units to go slower, I feel that was the clutch card because he was trying to run away. The skirms got caught out with the explorer, and then he just couldn't run away, and then he just forced the fight. So he couldn't regroup in the base, wait for the cards, wait for the upgrades to be researched. So he just got caught up in a heavy melee push. And then after that, that was just a cleanup.
Might be in the Dakar Suffering was the game-winning card there from A's, the reduction of your enemy army speed nearby your explorers. Yeah. It has big implications, especially when you're playing units like Urumi, Mahouts, and other melee infantry-based designed units. But even still, like you can't necessarily outrun Gurkhas if your skirms are slowed down as well. So it's a really nice. It's cards like that that A sees value in, which other players may need to see more value in. But it's also you only have 10 slots, so by the time you add in maybe some resource cards, your Gurkha cards, Urumi, your Mahout cards, infantry upgrade, intervention, you haven't really got much space for that as well. So that's like A's probably 10th pick, and then he's just like, right, I'm gonna commit. That is gonna be their final cards, and then the kind of the opportunity came in and made good use of it.
Yeah, that was definitely a good card to send. Like, as you said, like not many players or people, even like from top players, they sometimes underestimate the power of movement speed on the units, how effective it can be in the trades, how your units could be off guard, and yeah, indeed, it would make a big difference. Meanwhile, the next matchup is up. Ace is going Chinese versus Ezad.
Get on Aizamk.
Yeah, Germany.
Very hyped to see Aizamk playing China. Map 4 next game is going to be Baja California, which we haven't seen in this tournament at all, I don't think. It's been a long time since I've even played a game on that map. That's, yeah, definitely, now I think it's definitely not in the map pool. For those of you who do not remember what the map is, it's a very wide map, 2 thin stretches of sea on the outside, cliffs in the middle, a snaking trade route of 3 TPs through the middle, medium resource to low. It's a map that like a Revnak, a Kinnessy would love too much, but more standard players would go, oh, look, this is not their cup of tea. It's quite a tough map to play, and I'm excited to see what A's has kind of cooked up here. I'm not feeling too much the German player, but I suppose it is standard enough. Chinese water, maybe, is potential. Could be like a water semi-eco. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing. China does have good ways to defend their water, and Germany will find it hard to get underwater.
Yeah, indeed. I guess we can just jump into the game without wasting any further time and see what A's have in the pocket.
Jaeger is absolutely fired up for this series, it seems. He's just like, he wants to push in.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 of this best of 7 series. Wow, what a first game to treat ourselves. Aizamk taking the lead there with the Indians. Now playing as the Chinese, spawned into the eastern map in the color red. The map here is Baja California. Ezad playing in the color blue as the Germans. Ezad looking to try and get himself back onto the scoreboard, but we'll have to find out how he wants to go about this. As a map goes, I don't really see anything special in it here for Germany. Maybe the fact that it's quite wide, quite open, and not too much backspace behind enemy bases mean it could be prime raiding territory from Ulan's. A's playing Chinese, he would have known this map was coming. There's no livestock here, and treasures are kind of mediocre, so maybe A's is thinking TP line, maybe thinking H2 aggression, could be a bit of water play, could be anything. We have to find this one out. We'll have to see what Ace's first card is. Last time Aizamk played the Chinese on the tournament stream, he went for Northern Refugees first, which is kind of against the current Chinese meta. We'll have to check his deck and see maybe, who knows, first card, water?
As we speak, Northern Refugees in the deck as well. And that's an interesting deck, actually.
Yeah, I think I saw, he's got Tea Leaves, Northern Refugees, he's got Good Faith Agreements, and the dock card does not have Tower Militia in it. Good Faith Agreements, it kind of half works as China. I always find that it works in a better situation when you're kind of going aggressive and rushing. Card number 1 being called in from Aizamk is East Indiaman. That will give him 1 dock wagon and marginally cheaper fishing boats. I'm unsure. I mean, there's a reason we don't see many China players going dock card first. Might be because some people don't enjoy water as much, but I just don't think A's and China in general have the eco behind to really sustain an Age 1 water play. You've got to make good use of it early on, otherwise it's kind of a wasted card. But in Age 2, you might age up with the eco tower, you might age up with other situations. Then you can really make good use of it and get yourself a stronger economy.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, he's gonna drop the dock right now. He got 200 wood in the bank. That's gonna be what? 4 fishing boats.
4 fishing boats, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the card reduces the price from 70 to 50. Yes, we see he's got 115 left over. He's actually working on another grizzly bear trade. This could be 90 wood, actually. Oh, it's 120 XP. That's still good. He's coming for the snipe, though. Ace has seen it, but it's going to be close.
Oh.
Does get it, though. Looks, he's committed.
Oh, no, that was close.
Yeah, it was really close. I think Ezad realised that he wasn't quite going to get it, so he tried to get away out of the snare. You remember, Germany, they really want that trading post. He's nearby that trading post. He's ready to drop it down. Yeah. But he can't with the Chinese explorer nearby. Yukong chasing down the explorer, and she's running for her life. Ezad might have to drop a church and base instead to compensate.
Oh, look at that. 60 wood treasure sitting next to Ezad base, and he hasn't seen it yet.
Well, if he hasn't seen it, he hasn't seen it. He soon will, though, on the age up and the line of sight increase. Maybe the Ulans will pick it up. Maybe the Explorer will pick it up. But I think this is frustrating for Ezad. He really wants to get back on. Actually, Ezad gone dock as well. Look on the drops south side. Another blue spot there.
Ooh, there we go.
He's going to go for semi-fishing eco. This is like a Yucati build. You remember Yucati? Loved his dock semi-player style. Try age up to the next stage, get a couple cav, maybe go for like a 5 Ulan, 10 Ulan, while getting like 7 fishing boats. You age up later, but you have then a sustained food eco or coin eco on the water, and that'll just drive you for a stronger mid position.
One thing interesting about Ezad deck, he do have the church card with Germany. You reckon we're gonna see some Merc action on H3 straight away?
Well,
let's start the Mercs.
The Mercs do vary. They're dependent on the what you get rolled in the saloon. If we check out the UI on the saloon, we might be able to find out what those are. But I think from Ezad's Yeah,
Ooh.
Fusiliers, Napoleon guns, Royal Horsemen. So kind of not really that useful. Napoleon guns, I don't think they're fantastic.
Yeah.
They're very expensive on coin, as most artillery are. I think Ezad just kind of wants to play. I think he's happy to play more of a standard play style. If he needs to call in Jaeger's Black Riders, he has the flexibility to do so and let his water eco drive his position. But I don't think Ezad knows that Azank's also going water and vice versa. I think both players not realizing both players kind of approach. Oh, Ace has seen it, but
Ooh, scouted, yeah. It's a
really,
double dog for Ezad as well.
it's really hard though for Ace to do anything about it though. That's the only problem. He could drop in the full Carnage tree. He is pushing over with his step rise to siege the trading post. I think the trading post is your first logical. Okay, here comes the side villager. That is going to go drop in a dock. He kind of wants to make sure it's not seen though. As soon as he gets scouted, then the surprise factor goes. He sees it in the dock line of sight. Oh, Ace, you got to hide it in the corner. You have to hide it in the corner.
Bereit.
Yeah, he got it covered. Do you have H2 shipment?
Yeah, Pike's
It's
going to come in.
interesting that. Yeah, there we go.
MFD just trying to like highlight both the dock, the train post, the sieging pikes. Everything's going on at the moment. We need a bigger zoom. We need that super ultra level wide zoom. Maybe we can call up Elon Musk and try and get SpaceX on this as well and get a global view of the entire map.
Yeah, too much is happening right now.
So the dock
Like is trying to run away with the settler.
Yeah, that's going down. So the dock is up from Aizamk. If he wants to try and contest these, he's going for fire ships. He needs to send in two war junks as well behind him. I don't think he will. And unfortunately, the fire junks on their own, they're kind of not great. You need two to kill a dock, but you don't kill the fishing boats inside. So to kill the two docks, you need four. He's only got one out, and then you might be able to kill like a group of fishing boats, maybe like 3 fishing boats at the top. But this calculated attack here from A's hasn't quite worked out from his point of view, unfortunately. It does.
He can do something else.
He's sending war.
He's sending
war junks over here.
There we go.
I don't like this. I don't think A's has got enough purchase on the water to really make this attack work, and Ezad should be able to defend with fishing boats in the dock, train a couple caravels or not. This push here of Cav Pike, really nice actually, forcing the response here from A's. Ooh, Cav little raid, let's see what he gets.
I mean, it seemed like Ezad haven't seen that or noticed that yet. Seemed like the water drop have reached there, and there we go. He garrisoned it, but looks like the pressure is on. And he's trying to. I think he will deny one dock at least. He should be able to.
Yeah, a little bit. That's not the point. That's not the. I mean, his objective is to kill everything on the water, but like, great, a dock goes down. Ezad just sends in 2 caravels and cleans this up, or he trains one caravel and still cleans it up and saves himself a shipment. And I can't see how this attack here from A's is going to really grab that game-changing value he's looking for. Yes, dock goes down, that's going to reduce production. He's killed a fishing boat, it's going to reduce eco. But actually, a caravel's just been trained. We've got a war junk which are just weaker than caravel in general, and he can't really engage too much further because the dock attack. The caravels can go back and heal up underneath the dock. These war junks are just destined to eventually die, and it hasn't changed the fact that Ezad's got the water eco. You know, A's needs to get to the 3rd age if he wants to try and send in another warship to the. It's just not going to work long game here for Aizamk. I'm surprised he rolled the dice with this play.
Meanwhile, Exalt Prince is coming in with Ezad. Wonder it's gonna be the H3 shipment. The initial shipment doesn't seem like he's gonna go for Merc, as you said. He's gonna go standard for the time being. So I suppose skirmisher are gonna be rolled out.
I reckon be a fan. Oh, he's going for Uhlans. I was expecting to go for like 1,000 wood first, and that would give him the flexibility to kind of. Do I need to train another warship? Do I need to get some more houses? Get veteran Uhlans? Maybe get a TP site? Maybe go TP like stagecoach? Like it gives him that play. Ace is going Mongolian Scourge. Why does he love this card so much? And he's like looking to kind of somewhat age at the same time. This is just that's like a nothing card at this point. I don't get his obsession with that card.
I mean, to be fair, it's not that bad because he gets extra bonus versus Villager for Step Rider, and he gets extra bonus versus Heavy Cav on the Keshik, so it's gonna be decent.
Yeah, but when A's ages up, he won't have Bayang army able to send in. He'll just have to.
Indeed.
He will have to tech it himself via the barracks. He needs to get a barracks then as well. He could try and wait up. He hasn't got a stagecoach. Sorry, he hasn't got a trading post behind us. He's just lost ecos. He's not getting extra XP via that way. And in a weird sense, yes, extra attack on real cavalry versus villagers is really, really nice. But it's not the 5 meteors that you kind of need to hold this push here from Ezad. It's not going to be a full Khan, which could have taken that water fight if you kept the 2 fire junks. Like it's a nice card, but it's not game changing. And actually, A is on the back foot here. 3K scored down. He needs that game changing moment. And Keshik's having 8 attack, that 1 extra multiplier versus Ulan's who resists 30% range attack. It's not the game changing card at this point.
Yeah, indeed. And meanwhile, he's going with the Porcelain Tower. Does he have to... Oh, there we go. Now it's Ezad time to drop the water flag into A's side. And here comes the frigate.
So this is very nice here. So this is the difference between the A's water push and Ezad's water push. Frigate's coming in, but Ezad is already dropping that dock. That dock is already on the field for the frigate, so you can train another warship, but also can heal up the frigates when they need to come and repair. He's getting a couple of fishing boats to kind of get stuff garrisons in the dock ready for any warship to return. It's a really smart play by Ezad, and he's just playing this game so well. He's secured that southern side eco. I wonder if he's got long lines yet. I'm sure he's got gill nets on his fishing boats. And just looking at food he's got is actually fantastic. Naughty boy, only getting gill nets now. Oh my god. That's 15%. Oh, he's a naughty boy. I will forgive you though, because everything else has been absolutely fantastic.
I mean, he managed to secure himself 4 fishing boats from Ace without taking any damage, so yeah, that's all right.
So when I was talking about a game-changing card, Ace has got a choice here. He sends in Bayang army to boost his army, which is already carded, or he sends in a full card to defend his water. He can't do both. He physically cannot do both at the moment. He hasn't got the resources to train. Big fight in the middle, though. That's the first batch of Bayang army crossed the map, or Mongolian army, should I say. Bayang is now crossing from the shipment point. But with skirms, with pikes, we have enough to kind of block this behind. And this is... It's not just a shipment, it's a large shipment and technology. This is like one of those momentum spikes for A's should drive and take the fight, but he can't even take this fight. He's having to run away, which is not ideal behind this. Except he's getting a bit too optimistic with that cavalry, but he's just thinking, okay, you're going that army, fine, I'll just keep on making maybe war wagon skirm and just kind of mind his own business.
Yeah, he still haven't dropped a war academy, considering, as you also mentioned, like this huge mass of Keshik and Step Riders, and also car that you might as well just try to upgrade them.
Yeah, so it looks like he's kind of playing like the no skirm, no Changdao. He hasn't quite used any consulate exports yet. He's not got any access to Meteor Hammer, Step, Iron Flail. He's got a settler wagon in his frigates, the fireboats coming across, and it's like, this is a nice little play here from Ezad, trying to clear up the water and trying to like do both at the same time, but it's just costing him resources as well and his time, while Ezad is quite happily on his side. The scores are somewhat relatively close. He's going... A's now going for a really good card actually for the Kashyyyks, but it doesn't affect Step Riders.
Yeah, I think he's just investing too much into the Kashyyyk.
He just needs more. He just needs another. He needs a 3-unit composition, not just a 2. Is my feeling.
And now his gold mine is finished. Now we have to use another gold mine, which is exposed.
Yeah. So A's just spent 400 wood, 400 gold to kill that frigate with 4 fire ships. I think it's 100 for the fire ship. So even whatever happens now, Ezad's had a good trade on the top side of the water. We should be happy with his little kind of military conquest up here. The pikes, Ulan's coming up.
Uh-oh, they're gonna get caught out. That's inside the cliff. It's not a good position to be with the Cav. Oh god, is he stuck? He is stuck. That's gonna be a cleanup with that many pike.
Yeah, the
Uhlans going in, that's gonna be a cleanup.
The Uhlans will go down behind us. Try and get some units onto the fishing boat. Yeah, the little fishing rat will carry a couple of them away, but for Az's standing army, there's not really much standing left over after that, and Ezad, this is just more XP for him, more shipments. He's trusting the pikemen again after last game. The pikemen let him down so badly, but now they're actually carrying himself to a really strong position. I wonder what Ezad's sending right now. He must have a card on the way out of this fight, and he's actually going for a rendering plant. Big eco on the southern side. Should really maximize his point gathering first.
Oh my God, that's gonna be juicy. 21 fishing boats. That's gonna be nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, as you can see, Ezad hasn't got his long lines yet. So instead of sending instead of sending an age 3 upgrade, he could just upgrade his fishing boats. We're now doing.
Yeah.
Ezad's dropping the dock on the top side. He wants to defend the water and make this worthwhile. Yeah, I think it's overall. I think it's very good. He's pushing the docks.
He's transitioning.
Yeah, look on the right. He's pushing the docks as well. He's actually really trying to force A's off the water here and try and keep this. A's queuing up to the 4th age. This is big. Sending what is it? All these fishing upgrades, and then go to the 4th age. He's also aged up with the Papal Guard. He's looking for guard pike, guard bows. It'd be a free guard pike upgrade as well. So, blessed BV pike. Aizamk is going to get peakied down. It seems like.
Meanwhile, Ace is spending the iron troops. They're coming in soon. That's gonna be good to deal with some of these pike, but not many.
Well, yes, it's a very good shipment, but it just gives Ezad the clarity of what his first card in the 4th age should be, and that will be the heavy cannons, which he will try and protect better this time. Iron troop, they huge range resistance, but they will get blown apart by cannons as much as any other archer unit.
Indeed. Look like Ace is floating that point, but he does not have enough food. That's not gonna be looking good anytime soon.
Not a huge fan of that fight Ezad was taking. I know he's trying to, at this point in the game, trying to trade. He's got a lot of action in the Northern Sea at the moment and trying to kind of attack from multiple sides, but he is aging up and he needs to stabilize, and one way to best stabilize your position is to keep your army alive and upgrade them. He will have some pikes upgrades. He does need to upgrade the pikes first before they become guard, although the upgrade is very cheap, or if not free, for the Germans at this point. Yep, there you go, guard pikes incoming. And he can go for guard bows as well, and I think he probably would want to try and do that. So much food here from Ezad's point of view. He wants to try, he should try and get those boats in the Northern Sea onto the whales, and maybe get log flume. No, I did see Ezad definitely does have circular saw, so his wood eco is insane, and it's just gonna be an endless bow pike spam, I think, at this point, and it's a really good play.
And very soon he's gonna get the Navajo craftsmanship. That's gonna be additional 20% gather rate on the whales, which is gonna be very good for him. And he did also send advanced arsenal, so those pikes gonna be very fast.
Yeah, it's interesting how he's gone for advanced arsenal there in transition to 4th age, even though he could have access to 2 heavy cannons or factory. Normal ideas maybe. He's going for advanced church. He really is going for a super fast pikeman at this point as they upgrade.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
I think it's something like 20% speed, but like 25% cost, and like really does make your units more expensive. But actually, if you have 6-speed pikeman or 6.5 speed, it's really, really, really good. And just look at the amount of stuff on the field that Ezad has. Ace just doesn't have the right army to do it. He does have Manchu, but as soon as they get touched by the pikes, they just won't be trading as well.
It seems like Ezad is returning the favor and taking his revenge with the melee push of Ulan pike this time. There we go. The super fast pikes are coming in.
Yeah, nice thing about the pikes as well is the amount of siege they've had. They've taken a couple of villages, castle going down, some pass about to go down behind this, and this is going to force the response here from A's, where Ezad's happy to trade.
6.5 movement speed pikes. Juicy.
Yeah, look at this. The poor Kashyyyks with the extra range armor just getting pikey down. The pikes having none of this, they're just getting on the action. The Iron Trooper, massive damage kicking it behind, but it's kind of, although he's winning the fight, I think as the game goes on, he's starting to lose the war. The Iron Trooper are kind of keeping A's going, but these are very cheap units for Ezad to replenish. He's got, his water eco heavily carded. He's got fully teched wood income from his villagers, a lot of trees on the map as well. He's never going to run out of this. He doesn't have to build a plantation, doesn't build a mill. He's happily clicking that make pike button, and life is good here for Ezad. Surprised we haven't seen many bows being trained at the moment here. He does have access to guard bows. He's going for the Prussian Ulans behind this to kind of go for this pike Ulan combination. And we finally see a batch of heavy cav here from A's, but I think it's a bit late in the game now.
And I'm not sure if you saw or not, but A's also used a batch of redcoats and one falconet from the British consulate, but the 6.5 movement speed pikes were instantly on top of it, and they just got melted. But meanwhile, second TC is coming in for Ace, so we'll see how that turns out for him.
Yeah, this is like all Ezad needs to do now is, well, not essentially lose the game, but it's just kind of just closing the game off. Pikes engaging the Manchu there. Oh, Pikes from the other angle as well. Big damage there. That forward party is going to get pulled down. Yeah, the game's over. And I was kind of thinking that A's really hasn't got too much going for him. He does call GG. The series is now leveled at 1 apiece. Fantastic water play there from Ezad. Both players going for water eco and taking the game from Ezad's point of view. Imagine to get massive eco. 4th age, spam pikeman. 115 pikeman. Ezad's most major unit. Can we get the 115s in the chats? I'm sure GUA would be proud of this.
Yeah. 2 games in a row, the melee unit composition won it. Let's see if we will see that return for the 3rd game. It's going to be interesting.
A really good game. I really enjoyed that. It's nice to see. I kind of felt like that game was a standard game, but just had that extra slight added strategical spice, or just that different edge to what we'd normally see. And A's going that water card 1. I find that interesting because I never felt that I never felt that A's benefited from that eco he got. I feel like if you're going age 1 a water economy, like you're gonna have more economy than you actually did, where Ezad went for the docks in transition to the 2nd age after sending in your 4 villager shipment in age 1, kind of playing more standard. Maybe if A's did something like TD's first Russian consulate, ages up forward blockhouse village, tries to take TP line with units, gets wood eco, and then goes water behind us and just stays age 2 for the entire time, and tries to kind of keep the German player contained and all that. The water play from A's to try and take down Ezad's entire side of the water with 2 fire ships and one fire ship and 2 war junks was quite, well, it's ambitious. Ezad's just played a blinder by going for 2nd dock, and I think what Ezad's shown is that if you ever go in, heavy water, a 2nd dock is super critical, because if Ezad was on 1 dock and that dock went down, there is no more caravels. All those fishing boats are hanging out to dry, and A's would have actually probably won the game.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like what he did with the H2 fire junk and the shipment drop into the water, that was just a big gamble. I suppose he was just wishing that is the only dock being placed there, and that's gonna be it. But it didn't pay off. But let's say if that was the play and that was the only dock, probably this would have been a way better situation for Ace.
Yeah, and you can see that the plan from Aizamk there was he had some step riders, they're high siege units. He was sending in a villager to build a dock to get some fire ships and then sending caravels. He had units to kill the docks from the land and from the water, but Ezad kind of... I don't think Ezad predicted the water play or the step play, but preemptively trained pikemen to siege the trading post. Or I think Ezad had a trading post there. I might be completely wrong, but definitely was training some pikemen, which then were able to siege down China's dock, and that just stopped in its tracks that water push there from A's, and probably was the play before the play which kept Ezad in that situation. So it just the outcome of the game. I mean, the game wasn't close towards the end, but the outcome of that game was close, dependent on that just that moment, like 30 seconds to a minute of decision making, and just trading off those units as soon as possible as they hit the field.
Yeah, indeed. And meanwhile, the third game gonna be Ace with the Japanese and Ezad with the British. Look like just Ace is going pure Asian, Ezad is going pure European. I wonder what's gonna happen for the next civilization for Ace.
Oh, just wait until the players bring out the easy for the war chief civilizations. That's when the real tryharding will come out in a bit. But Ace has had very good fortunes with the Asian dynasty civilizations, and it's been a joy to kind of watch Ace play civs with that strategic creativity and variation that they offer. So we're on a map, bit of water, no trading posts, some berries. I think it's a good pick here for Japan. It's also a decent pick here for Brits as well for similar reasons. We've got to see how these players want to go about this game on this map. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third game. Scores are currently 1 apiece at the moment. We're on Alaska. Aizamk unfortunately couldn't carry his momentum in the first game into the second game. Ezad coming back onto the board. We have Aizamk spawning to the northeast map in the colour of red, playing as the Japanese civilization. Ezad playing as the British, one down to the southwest in the colour blue. We're on a no TP map. We have water as well. We have Aizamk, the master of all funky strategies. Ezad, he loves a bit of water play himself. We did see it in the last game on Baja California. Will we see similar endeavors here this game? Or will we see the surprise all-in rush? Maybe. Who knows? I'm just creating the potential. Jaeger, what do you think? Rush, boom, stall,
I'm
turtle?
just thinking about one thing. Ace could be super crazy going for the H2 native rush with the Nootkas, because Japanese is one of those civilizations that have the access to cheaper nats and extra build limit for the natives, and on top of that, you can get super cheap Nootkas with their tech as well, and they will build very fast. And Nootkas are a unit that have high siege and they're very annoying to deal with if they're on top of your units.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I wonder if he's gonna go crazy with that.
Yeah, I was thinking that like this, you have the opportunity here to use them. I think the only real problem here from Ace's point of view is that he's up against a civilization which kind of wants to stay in the second age, making musks, making longbows. If he was up against, let's say, an Ottoman player, a German player, or any other fast semi-FF, FF civ, and the nuclear play can actually work really well. I'm expecting Ezad to kind of, well, you play a more standard, maybe not super early water, but stuff like a forward outpost, get the longbows out on the map, have a forward barracks, manor houses, sending wood crates. I think he will have a strategy where he can handle a nuka play. Also, as soon as you take a nuka, there's a big symbol above your name in the UI. There's only one type of variation of native with only one type of unit class as well, which is melee clubman. Ezad will see this. He should be able to react. So I don't think that's the play. This map is just fantastic for Japan to kind of play defensive, maybe a tactical bit of walling, a bit of water play with maybe the port consulate and your fishing boat shit, your fishing shipments as well. That's the standard way you want to play. I know A's might not play a standard, but I don't know. I'm a feeling for a longer game here.
Commandment.
And to be honest, this is like one of the best maps for Japanese that you can get. I mean, in terms of hunts, these hunts, they give the best value on the shrines, so
Ready?
he's just having the game of his dream. Meanwhile, there is a fight going on the treasure.
Villager here to punch down the explorers. Very good play here from Ezad, actually, because it will force... The thing is, Ezad can wait here until his crack shot recharges and comes back and keep the treasure. That's actually what's happened already. A's, if he wants to take the treasure, he has to stun and actually attack the treasure. So as soon as that goes off, he's on a timer where Ezad can come into snipe. But the villager with the punch might force a teleport from the Asian explorers, which is a bit of a win. He's not actually really trying to force his away. Yes, as soon as the villager comes in for the melee attack, does some good damage. Maybe a bit of animation cancelling there from Aizamk's point of view, but it's actually close. Ezad actually might just lose Explorer. He might be close to the age up point of view. It's got to go down.
He would be fine. I think he would be fine.
He will get the he'll get the age up and revive it again before that
yeah, because
treasure's
of the
taken.
villager site.
Yeah, he's just gonna build a shrine instead. He realizes he just can't take it. There you go. Maybe the
He
quick
does have
crouch
the
shot. Crouch shot incoming. Oh, he takes it.
Oh,
nice
God.
play.
But the age up is coming up. I think he got it. He got it. That's gonna be a secure 85 wood for British. There we go. He was a bit far away from the treasure, though.
Well, in a weird sense, whether you get up, walk to the treasure, take crack shot, take it, or get up, crack shot, walk to the treasure, take it. It's kind of both. You arrive at the same destination at the same time, so I think it's fine. I think he just calculated he was on the right side of how much time he needed. Anyway, the Torii Gates age up has come in. Aizamk not going for Sugar Shrine. I think Torii Gates is now just like 100% standard meta here for Japan play. That forward samurai will try and pick off that Vil. He knows where that Vil is. He's coming down to hunt the Vil. He's going to chase it down. And the spy! There's a spy from Ezad! Look at it!
Oh, God. No way. No way he's gonna do that.
Well,
Does he have the line of sight of that?
Of what, the Explorer or the Vil? Or of whose point of view?
Nah, the Explorer. Is he gonna fight the samurai with the spy? No way.
No. The point of the spy is to kill the Japanese monks from Shining. That's like and you get the XP from the church. But the whole point of the spy is to kill and milk the XP continuously. It's very nice.
Yeah.
The samurai could try and take this trade with the pikeman, but there's an explorer here doing range damage as well. I think doing nothing is not really an option. He's just losing HP needlessly. But it's just that mental. It's the mental resource. No, but the spy on the map as well is also quite big and draining. Spy going in, you just need to keep that away. You don't want to be fighting. Early Ashy here for Aizamk, pushing back the pikes. Ezad likely to respond with longbows. He has loads of wood in the bank, likely to be manor houses elsewhere, but he does need to get on some food. He's not really giving me confidence of much production at the moment. He does have enough resource for another barracks, but only now getting the hunting dogs in. If Ace just goes in on the hunt Vils at the moment, Ezad will struggle to get batches of units out.
Yeah, we get 3 longbows already, and 6 are coming in from the shipment. So that should be able to deal with the Ashy Mass that Ace have.
Ace is doing like a 10 Musk semi, it looks like. He's got some units. He has definitely forced a response here from Ezad's point of view, but sends in 600 coin behind. I guess he's kind of looking to age up. I know that Ace has been trying to play around with the Spanish consulate. It might be worth checking out Ezad's deck to see what kind of shenanigans he's got. Yes, he's got the 7 Vils, 1,000 wood, 1,000 gold. This might be something like a good faith agreements pivot. We got Tishogo Shrine potentially going to the next stage for all that export on the age up. I know that Ace loves the Spanish consulates. I can't remember who originally came up with that build. Something in my mind saying something about Jerry Muno. Callan's definitely played it as round. Let's check the Wanza. Is it Shishoga Shrine, or is it something else like the Shogunate? Oh, that's Golden Pavilion. No, he's just gonna play a standard, I think.
Golden Pavilion. Okay, interesting.
It's more the fact that
I mean,
he hasn't spent any export yet, so I wonder if he's gonna go straight into Japan isolation and then just train out a whole batch of Shinobi no Monos. Could also go, the Constant Yamabushis, but I'm just interested to see what he's got planned for that export, because it's not a small amount now. It's a decent size to get stuff done with it.
yeah, indeed. But like, what is he trying to pull with the pavilion? Like,
it's just units and stronger units on the field. It's one of the best wonders to age up with. This raid's been dirty here from Aizamk. That's 4 vills in and out, very clinical, and would treat.
It's gonna be more than 4 vills. 5 vills. There we go. That was a good trade. And he's pulling out without taking any damage. Oh, he could get more, but I don't think he's gonna risk it.
What stream are you watching, Jaeger? I'm watching on Discord. I'm up to the current pulse. I'm on 9 minutes and 8 seconds right now. Would you see Ash is being pulled back away? The British Explorer trying to get the snare in there. Is the spy there getting the snare as well? No veteran Ashy. Okay, veteran Ashy just been called in now. Either Ashy or Yumi, but probably vet Ashy. Lombo's trying to take a good trade behind. Aizamk just waiting, pulling back, waiting for his reinforcement units. His tech coming behind. And did also see some port concerts. So this could be port fishing boats, heavily likely. I don't think he's going to wait for the Portuguese crossbows.
Yeah, there we go. Not looking bad. It seemed like the Golden Pavilion is almost doing some stuff for him. And he did call the Minuteman from the TC.
Yes, in fact, well, great engagement there from A's and calls it resign. I accept his resignation. That was a great time in play. Ezad kind of thinking that Aizamk was saying H2, pushing forward with his army, but just getting surrounded by really strong Japanese units. You got to remember that the Golden Pavilion is like 10% attack. It's got the veterancy units. The Ashigaras themselves are strong units, by the way, and does have economy behind this as well. And he did lose like 5 vills in an earlier raid. Let's see how many vills he actually did raid, because I wasn't really counting, but it was about 5. I said 4, you said 5. Yeah. And then probably lost 1 as he received his next villager shipment. So, he's hoping to be in a much stronger economic position than he was at that point, but it just didn't quite work out for him. And he's just called the GG. So Ace takes the lead 2-1. That was an Ezad resign. Get that scoreboard off him. That's all fine.
31 attack Ashy is not a joke.
It's
really slap you.
It's really strange though, because like there's options for potential kind of like a water play opening the tour, like even going like 3 fishing boats card 1. I think he might have gone 3 fishing boats card 1, but there's always that temptation.
At age 1.
It's always that temptation to kind of go more on that economy. M&D, did you change the scoreboard so it's A's is 2-1 to Ezad? Nah, that's okay. Love you loads. Not as much as Jaeger.
Also, as we speak.
Not as much as Jaeger loves you.
Yeah. MFD is my first love. Last love. Yeah. And also, one thing we almost didn't see was the fact that he went with Portuguese consul and seemed like he wanted to go with more fishing boats.
It was his option. So what I really liked about that play there from A's is he's got himself into a situation where that person that meme with the blue pill, red pill. The blue pill is like, right, you've got more economy here with the fishing boats, or the red pill, more military with the units. So depending on the situation, A's can go, right, do I want more economy? Do I want more units? Let's see how his fight goes. If I lose the fight, I need more units. If I win the fight, I'll just get more economy and milk the situation. And that's kind of the flexibility that he had. I'm somewhat surprised he didn't go for the Japanese isolation at that point, because you already have then at that point stronger units due to the consulate, and then you can train more veteran units through the export through the Shinobi no Monos, and just like have some real decently strong short range archer. And you will give him more flexibility. Maybe you could go on like a military rickshaw for a stable and kind of play out from that position. But he's going through his agencies one after the other. I'm hoping that he's.
What do you reckon is gonna be the pool now?
Well, I have
now it's time for War Chief.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not going to be the Asian Civ, is it? He's got the best part of another 11 Civs to go through. Let's roll the dice. Throw up in the air, catch them, see what the dice roll. I'm gonna quick check at the map pool. I just want to hop into their kind of room. Looks like the 4th game is on Colorado, so that was a India map for A's previously. But I think matchups coming in now. I'm kind of guessing it's got something to do with Ottoman here. It's the TP line is just so good. I feel it.
I mean, there's always an option, but
I'm just
it's gonna be... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I called it. It's gonna be War Chief Civs. There we go. There we have it. I think A is gonna go pure non-European civilization for this series.
I'm not. Well, I wouldn't be too upset if that's the case, because he has picked the Iroquois here, which is actually at the moment the weakest of the native Civs. Aztec and Lakota are perceived to be very strong in the current meta. So, if your format picks are those two Civs, you'll be quite happy with like your remaining Civ pool behind this. But if that is also the case, it means that Ezad might win the next 3 games back to back. So we actually won't see any European
Civs.
Civs.
Cleanup.
Right, welcome back, guys. We're in the 4th game. A's playing very well today, leading the series 2-1. We're in the 4th game. It's Colorado. We have a native showcase for you today. Not really a native mirror. 2 different Civs being played for you today. Ezad playing as the Lakota, spawning in the western map in the color blue. A's playing as the Haudenosaunee/Iroquois, spawning to the eastern map in the color red. I will try my best to say Haudenosaunee, but if I say Iro, please don't send me hate mail. Send hate mail at jaegercheer.esoctv@esoctv.com. There you go.
Wow. Why am I to take the blame?
What do you think of this matchup here, Jaeger? Feeling it's going to be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, aggressive not on one side, on both sides. The thing is, I reckon it's gonna be H2 aggression on both sides. We're gonna see like some Tomahawk hyenas against bull riders running around the map, chasing after wheels.
Yes, well,
only with some axe rider as well.
We always joke that when we're watching A's, we don't necessarily know what he wants to play. He might go for the less standard, less optimal play style. I have a feeling A's might just sit in base, send like a 4-ville mixed crates, and try and do like some sort of defensive fast fortress and try and hold any pressure that A's. Just checked his deck. Looked like M&D's just found that Aizamk's got Town Destroyer in his deck.
Okay. Is it happening?
Although I appreciate that card being there, and it can single-handedly win a game if pulled off successfully, I think Lakota is a Civ which can quite safely get a war hut down before Iroquois gets to the second age and get that card in. And they're always at the moment sending in unit shipments to start off the game, and Seat and Bows doing 2x versus damage versus the Iroquois Explorer with, decent fire rates and fixed fire animations. This is going to be tough for Aizamk to pull off, but in this matchup, or against Lakota don't have many buildings. If Ezad somehow managed to lose his only production facility and then town center's under threat, this could be a super short game. Aizamk wants that ability of surprise. We've got to see how he plays it.
I mean, all will depend on the first card that he will send as soon as he age up. Seem like he already sent his 3 wills, and I think he's just gonna age up with 15 wills. Do you have enough? Let's check Ezad. Ezad is already aging up.
Yeah, so Ezad's aging.
Chief.
Yeah, Ezad's aging up with 400 wood, which is going to be pretty standard for him. He might get a train post in transition. Okay, he's getting a train post in transition. Enough resources for a war hut, and then maybe a couple units of the seasoned bows. Azamk's up fast. His first card is Town Destroyer. That's age 2.
Let's go.
That age 2 Triumphant is across the map as we speak, probably for a forward war hut. But just look at where Azamk's Explorer is. He's just kind of, oh, I'm here scouting. I'm just looking at what you're doing. And then soon, bam, he will have, I think it's like a couple hundred siege. It's maybe 140 siege. It's certainly a high amount of siege. I don't think it's going to be enough to tear down the town centre without any other units type. So, although this looks like incredible, you know, Aizamk, you're a genius. You're the best player I've ever seen. A one-man army is not going to be able to win this. He's going to need a little bit more. He's got a Tomahawk Big Button coming, but he's still got the Vil in queue. He's had seen it. He's seen the siege. He sees his obviously TP going down. He's just focused on the Explorer, and even if other Tomahawks turn up, once that Explorer goes down, the kind of game is up at that point. We'll force Ezad to sit in base, though.
A lot of damage to the Explorer.
Yes. Yeah, well, so Aizamk will be able to siege down these 4 trading posts here from Ezad, but this is, I think Ezad's missing the trick. What he needs to be doing is going into base and stopping the war hut from being built. That's the most critical thing here. If the war hut gets denied, okay, is that saying 2 war huts? Is it? Yeah, he's saying 2 war huts which have that pack down ability, but this should never have been allowed from Ezad's point of view. Just Explorer there. Siege. Oh, this could have been horrendous there for Ezad, but he's just got away with this. Luckily, he's saving face.
I mean, it's gonna be 400 wood being denied, potentially 600 wood. Depends if he goes for the next TP or not. Probably he will. But the question is, will Ezad go with the set-on bow straight away or not?
Yes, no. So the thing is, those training posts give you XP when they're built. They're generating XP per pass. Most critically here, Aizamk has sent Town Destroyer card 1, not eco. He sends a card to explicitly build and destroy buildings. The thing is, from Ezad's point of view, is that actually, I think time is playing in favor of Ezad. I think the longer this game goes on, happy for Lakota. A's really want to make this damage happen now. Now Ezad sends in his 2 war huts. He's happily in base, gathering resources, and he's not being raided. Okay, some buildings gone down, but he's happily gathering. Double batch of Setons with 4 Axe Riders coming up will clean these units underneath the town centre, and Ace is going to back off. I think he realises that he feels a bit exposed here and waiting for more reinforcements.
He does not have enough anti-cav to deal with the Axe Riders. There's a huge amount of set-on bows coming after them as well. But the TP will go down.
Look at this Explorer on top of the season bow. Splash damage, but snaring them, distracting. But it's the 4 heavy cav that Lakota have is actually distracting. And saves the TP. TP still stands. He could go in, but I think he's waiting for another unit shipment. He does have one coming in. Probably going to be dog soldiers. 2 dog soldiers being called. Another full batch of season bows.
Dog soldiers to call us? Wow.
Well, the doggy dogs. Who let the dogs out?
Sorry, chat. We know they're supposed to call us, but it's just by the habit. Alright. He's trying so hard to deny that trade post, but it's just not happening.
It could be worse. I could do the lion trick and call Can your horsemen, can your wests? 4 about to hit the
Wow.
field.
I'm being called racist in the chat. I'm sad.
And so you should be. God, they are. Don't you know they're called dog soldiers? That's so racist against dogs.
Wow.
Oh,
I
disappointing.
know, right?
We are
Ooh.
ESOC.
Oh my god, that's...
We're an ESOC inclusive of all animal types, whether you're mammal, reptile, or Jaegerchair. Good fight here. Clubs are trying to siege the wall hub. I think they need to pull off and try and zone off the cavalry. But look at the 4 cannons on the bottom. They're getting 2 of them getting picked off. 2 are just trying to run around the building, getting a bit trapped on the paraffin. Axe Rising Dogs still alive, doing massive damage. And that's probably what it is. The Dog Soldier's tanking up so much HP while the Axe Rider's doing the damage behind it. That will hurt's nearly down. Aza's got no other building, and the Seaton Bows are ripping through the Tomahawks with their 2x multiplier. Seaton Bows are the better Aena, it seems. And this position here for Ezad's fantastic. The XP, another shipment. He's got so many resources available, sending in Seaton Bows. Likely to go for a full batch of clubs behind this and just maximize his position. Aza's on the back foot, and this is kind of pretty looking dire for him straight away. He's got no production. Frantically throwing up a war hut and maybe the community plaza for the warrior production, but Ezad's just got a lot of resources. He's got a lot of eco, a lot of momentum. Looking fine for him.
Yeah, at least Lakota Warchief is down. But so does Haudenosaunee, so I think he's trying to respawn the chief. No, he's sitting on XP for now. Interesting.
He should get the yeah, you are right. He should get the war chief back as a priority. He's getting that now. It's be very useful.
Oh yeah, he's getting.
Also boosts. I believe it's the attack.
HP.
HP.
No, just HP. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you are
HP
right.
Of nearby,
yeah, you are.
10%.
Yeah, definitely right there. I was thinking it's one of the 2. I don't know. I don't play that Civ. As a unit as well, it's very strong. It has that shotgun ability. I'm not too sure.
Indeed.
I'm not too sure I've seen Aizamk use that ability. Maybe that Warchief got picked off super early in the fight. It would be high on his priority list. And also that house placement from A's on the top of the map. I've seen it multiple times. I'm thinking nothing of it until I actually realise actually it's just 15 population getting picked off there, which A's will need to rebuild at some point, and it will just means less units for him. He's had sending in clubs, but he could just age as well. He's got the entire game at his kind of fingertips. He can do anything and win at this point, I reckon. Stage 2, win. Age 3, win.
As we speak, it's 36 villager to 29. So not so bad. And meanwhile, Ezad is putting those war huts into wagons so he can send them forward.
He's packing them up. He's moving them forward.
Yeah.
Although we always love, devs creating more stuff for this game, this, I would argue, is near pointless development time. Whenever you actually see this being used, it seems like Ezad's now finally getting this in some competitive play and moving them forwards. And I guess to secure more maps, secure the forward trading posts, but actually all this time, I assume Ezad's wanting to try and age because he's not actually training anything at the moment. So whether this is hurting him or helping him, I think it's on the hurting side. Trying to go for Stagecoach, I guess that means he's staying age 2 and he wants to defend them, but he's just not now investing his resources into units because he's too busy moving the war huts forward.
Neat. And there we go. Here comes the Devil War Hut in the center of the map, blocking that choke and the gold mine. That's a good position actually, and also he's trying to get the 3rd trade post. Considering he's already on Stagecoach, that's going to be very good if he managed to pull it up.
A load of clubs here from Ezad. I'm surprised that she went for that many clubs. Maybe he knew that Aizamk was going to train cavalry behind this. Back to the forward war huts. Luckily they went up. You got to remember, Town Destroyer is in play here for a Haudenosaunee player. Fight's going to happen. The cav are tanking. They're trying to engage. We just need to have lots of Seaton Bows here, jammed in between the buildings from Ezad's point of view. The Explorer is kind of down here from Lakota. That's quite awkward. But here comes the remaining cav. They're still alive, and they're going straight onto the Aena. And even just distract away from the clubs. This is a good fight here from Ezad's point of view. And A's is in real dire straits, hoping for a miracle. But I don't think he's going to find it underneath his 2 forward war huts. TP comes out, booster units. More Seaton Bows being deployed. Another shipment being called in. wasn't a good cav attack briefly, but now going for the, I think that's the hunting upgrade. Should be quite,
It's the great hunt upgrade. Yeah.
Yep, a very nice, big eco boost, big immediate resource boost, securing position, and
see how much he gets back. That's gonna be 700 food that he will get with that card.
it'll increase. By the time it gets in,
it'll keep
increasing. And he needs to move villagers onto wood pretty quickly so he can actually maximize the resources that he actually needs to. And with this stagecoach play behind this, very, very nice. We'll get the Explorer up at some point. He's dancing for it now as we speak. And although I will admit, I thought this game was pretty much over and done with 4 minutes ago. A's still in it with a respectable score in eco.
I mean, you got villager advantage. That's 42 to 35. And as we speak, Ezad is building his first stable on training axe riders.
Explorer's back up. He's going to try and get that TP up because he's invested into it. But I don't think he will get up. Oh, the Hoshin army's there. That's going to pick him off again. Yeah, he needs to cancel that. Just look at the amount of food. But he can aid. He wants to try and get full batches of axes. He will commit to that. But that hunting upgrade's kind of got his macro off a little bit. Needs to keep on spamming that season button or aging. I guess he'll go to veteran season bows on the third age. But maybe he's saving that food up for a 15-minute dog soldier timing, or just mass unit production.
Like both players are just trying to transition into fortress. Both are just gathering. There we go. First fortress coming in with the wise woman, and Ezad is also getting there. He already got the not plantation, tribal marketplace upgrade for the gold. And here we go. You got the age up going with the messenger, so that's going to be fast age up coming in for Ezad.
Yeah, Ezad trying to push in for some Vil kills. Couldn't find anything. Pulls out. No big deal. So I think A's is aging up because he realizes he can't break that forward position in the second age. Ezad managed to get those war huts moved forward, so it's paid off for him in the long run. It was risky though, given how much siege that Hunter Explorer actually has. That with 3 tapper foundation at full HP, so very, very risky. But needs those higher quality units to kind of, break what Ezad has. I think Ezad agent for the third age is mainly because he was a bit mismacroed, had a lot of spare resources, no reason to not. So both players will find themselves in that third age. Bo9's been trained here from Ezad. I'm sure we get a couple Wakinas, maybe an upgrade or 2 for his age 2 standing army. But A's aging fast. The second age is aging slow now, and these are those tempo swings which make all the crucial difference.
What do you reckon the first shipment going to be for Ezad?
I would go 5 axe. 5 axe and go vet axe behind. He's got a lot of infantry behind this. I think he's got elite seats and bows behind. I always kind of say maybe like if you're not going to upgrade your axe riders, 3 dog soldiers is better. If you are going to upgrade them, then 5 axe is very, very, very good. And we do see the push on the top side while the cav is distracting the entire army down to the south. There's a lot of villagers up here actually exposed here from Aizamk. This is very rough times. That's war hut going down. That's a garrison point. He's seen the vills on the gold mine. The cav has been snared on the eastern side, but they're still running right through the map, in the middle of the base. Yeah, they're getting picked off, but I think it's fine for Ezad because he sees what's happening. He's buying time, but he's got to kill so many villagers to the north, though. Must have been at least 4 or 5 going down, but there's still more. He hasn't seen this top war hut, but if he keeps on marching higher up, he's going to find... But has he lost all his anti-cav? That's a full batch of... That is a full army of Kanye Wests coming in onto the clubman, and there was a couple bow riders moving around. Oh, and a 6 Kanye from the war hut as well. Villagers tanking, Tomahawk Big Button being called. This is a massive cleanup here from Aizamk.
For A's.
Yeah, this is dire from the... He's just lost his entire army. The bow riders were nowhere near. Ezad has called GG, and A's has taken the game versus the S-tier Civ Lakota. Well played, Aizamk. We were writing you out earlier on, but could just never write out Aizamk. What? Like, how? He went in for an all-in rush. It didn't work out, but yet still managed to keep up in decent economy, decent positioning, and we said that Ezad had that momentum of aging up faster, getting the shipments in, but he lost 5 cav raids and he had bow riders around the map, not in the fight. Pushed in, did siege buildings in a couple of fields, but wasn't looking to take the army head on. Then the Tomahawk Big Button, 6 Kanye of reinforcement shipment as well as train many Kanye West in transition. The Explorer as well, getting on the action, boosting the army, the crack shot ability. The positioning was the main key. I think Ezad was stuck on the wrong side of that training post. He couldn't just walk through it, he had to stand and fight. And that was the beginning of the downfall there for Ezad. Ezad must be kicking himself. I felt that he was in a position where he could have controlled the game, but took the all-in fight there and just lost. A's having war dance as well. Can we check how many people were dancing? I think that's a big... he's just gone back to the screen. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just say it was everybody dancing, but it's stuff like the war dance makes such a big difference. Okay, I've just seen it's only like 6, but stuff like...
I mean, okay, it's not just that. Like, those are elite units against H2 units. So probably that's a big difference there. On top of the war dance, of course.
Yeah, I think the club's still age 2. I kind of hoping the Seaton Bows were 3rd age, but no, they stayed age 2. That's just...
No, everything is age 2.
Yeah, it's a shame. Shame. Because you have... Sometimes it's like when you play in Germany and you have like 20 bow, 20 pike, and you try and sneak in the age up, and you're thinking, right, do I train a skirmisher or do I upgrade my units? And you kind of have to kind of balance out how you want to go about it, and sometimes upgrading units is worth it in the situation. I'm surprised that push happened when there were no Wakinas on the field. Like, I feel like he should have instantly had a batch of Wakinas being trained, and then also trying to work on that cav mass. It just seems we aged up. We had a lot of eco and a lot of stuff, but that didn't transition or translate into military stuff on the field at that point. And just the difference is that fight was all about positioning. I think it wasn't actually necessarily about the strength of the unit. Because if that fight was happening underneath Ezad's forward war huts, then that wouldn't happen. The cav couldn't quite connect on the army. You wouldn't have that backdoor 10 Tomahawk, 6 Kanye Wests coming onto the field. So sometimes you do have to be a bit careful diving underneath forward shipment points. Not too sure Ezad actually knew about that top war hut until it was too late because his angle of attack.
No, I checked. It was on out of his line of sight. Like, he was just about to find it out, and he was just choked into the TP position, and all of his units was choked into the TP and the longhouse. So, and then as you said, the reinforcement came in from the war hut, drop the big button, the Kenya shipment, everything, all in all. He just sandwiched all the units, elite units against H2 units. So obviously that's going to make a big difference.
Can we just take a moment to pay respect to A's at the moment? His level of play is so high, considering that he hasn't really touched the game that regularly for about, I'm gonna guess, let's just say a year. He's played a couple of streams here and there, but he's just come back for the tournament and is operating at a level which, for most players, is just beyond their dreams. He's playing super clean, super well. Obviously, I think it helps. Even if you don't play the game, you don't lose the knowledge. A still has the knowledge, so all he needs to do is come back and kind of warm his fingers up and he's kind of back into the swing of things. But taking Kaiser to Game 7 decider in itself is just a testament to how well Aizamk's playing. And I think getting the 3rd place here would be a just reward for what excellent series he's put on this tournament. Remember the 7-game thriller versus Geeks as well, and I thought the Castet was playing at a very high level at that point as well. But Aizamk just having just enough to get across the line. Now up against Ezad, a very formidable opponent, constantly playing strategy games, sometimes dipping into other Age of Empires as well. 3-1. I was, the first 2 games, couple of games, training points, but now Aizamk has got a bit of clear skies between him and Ezad. He's got 3 attempts now to win 1 more game to wrap the series up. Ezad needs to have a run of 3 games to kind of get the reverse semi sweep in. So big pressure on Ezad now, and maybe this might actually allow Ace to be a little bit more creative with his playstyle. Who knows? Maybe.
Talking about creative, here comes British for Ace and Japanese for Ezad on Punjab.
Do we think Ace is a big fan of watching lion streams? Do we think we're going to see some sort of GMT build here from Ace? Do we think that a forward tower, Tomahawk, Highlander, Falconet push is going to work versus a slow, sluggish Japanese Civ? Maybe. If this is the matchup and the map for it, this has to be up there, surely. Considering Japan plays at the moment, maybe Japan might be doing some sort of Ashi Nagi H2 player style. It might. My dreams of watching GMT win the series here for Aizamk might not actually happen, but we can only hope, we can only dream, we can only believe.
Yeah.
Well, if not, I'm sure we'll see some GMT action from Lion in the near future.
So this is gonna be an interesting game. So for those who have no idea about the map, it's pretty much a heads-up map. And then there is the native post spawning on top side of the map, trade post on the bottom side of the map, couple of water buffaloes in the river, which is going to be useful for both Japanese and British. It's going to be an interesting map.
It's very nice that this map features Lion's sister, Shake's mum, my mum, and anybody else you want to feature in the community.
Water buffalo graze nearby the traversable river that runs through the fertile Punjabi plains. Across the river, players will find many berry bushes and 2 Udasi temples. In the south, there is a trading route which gently borders the Thar Desert. With densely packed forests and a starting mango grove rickshaw, there will be absolutely no shortage of wood.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 5 of this incredible series so far. We're in the bronze match playoff between Aizamk and Ezad for the ESOC Autumn Championship 2024. You ever get that moment you just forget what year, and you think you know exactly all the details of the tournament, and you're like, oh, hang on a minute, are we still in 2022, or are we back in 2018? But no, I managed to get the year correctly. We're spawning in on Punjab. Ezad playing as the Japanese, spawning to the eastern map in the colour blue. Aizamk is taking the British in the colour red. Ezad needs to come here prepped for the reverse sweep. Aizamk's on match point. It all comes down to this moment. How will Ezad react? How will Ezad think of a plan to defeat in-form Aizamk? We've been playing fantastically well so far. We're on Punjab. We've seen the map intro of what's available. We've discussed ideas in the kind of intermission screen as well. But, Jaeger, I want your opinion. What do you think Ezad's going to do to kind of get back into this series and get this game under his belt?
I mean, I would say in this matchup, Ezad probably would need the Asian version of Town Militia. If I'm not mistaken, the card would be the Enlist
Irregulars.
Yeah, okay. He would need that because what Ace could do is to just press so much on H2, and at the same time, you mentioned it in the before the intro video that he could potentially go H3 and then with the GMT card, drop the church card, get the Falconets and the Black Watch, and then push into Ezad. So he needs to be aware of everything. He needs to time everything right. He needs to I would reckon he needs decent amount of Yumis to deal with this annoying mass of units on H3 for Ace.
Well, yes, we've just seen Azamk's deck. He's not going for GMT play, doesn't have Advanced Church, that kind of ideas. So the reason why I was kind of pushing the GMT idea a little bit forward there was, I kind of think in a more of a standard match, quotation marks between these two series, whatever standard is these days, I think Japan just leads this. They've got better musks. They've got better kind of longbow, Yumi archer style units. They probably have maybe a slightly worse economy early on, but scales quite nicely with the Tory Gates and the 5 Shrine Wagon cards. I just think the momentum is more on the Japan side, and we saw this matchup early, didn't we? With on the reverse.
Yeah, we already see this matchup.
Yeah, and
reverse.
I felt that game was quite indicative of what we might see and how strong and effective 4.5 speed Ashes are moving through. Brit economy. They need to be out on the map trying to get resources. Luckily here from A's, looks like most of his resources are relatively close. I just feel that as the game goes on, this is looking to be more and more Japan favoured. Bearing in mind, though, we're not on a water map. We don't have free fishing boats card one. We don't have access to like Portuguese consulate for water, so it might be a bit more aggressive. Interesting to see, though. Looking forward to this.
Indeed. What do you reckon the first shipment gonna be for Ezad as soon as he hit the H2?
I've seen some players do 4 card 1 into then 5 Shrine Wagon, but there's no reason to not go 5 Shrine Wagon. Reasons being is it's 750 resources because we've not got the Portuguese Consulate or Heavenly Kami in play at all. It provides you lots of XP because of the Torii Gates boosting your build construction XP, which generates more momentum. It saves your villagers and explorers having to build, so it's more eco that way. It's eco in its own right. Like, it's one of those cards which, on paper, you go, that's a good card, but it's a good card, nothing broken. But when you actually pair it against the Torii Gates and the fact that that line of attack is better than Toshoga Shrine, Heavily Kami, that playstyle, when you realise actually it's too good of a card.
Yeah, indeed. As you said, there's going to be too much downtime if you don't use it, but
Killer Cat's correcting me. It is 625. You're absolutely correct. It's kind of close to like, when you factor in build time though, and gathering crates. It gets to that area. But I do apologise to the community for letting you down so drastically here. I've just ruined it. I've just ruined it with that lack of knowledge. I should go back and study more.
And as you were saying, here comes the 5 Shrine Wagon, and seem like he's going for that. And on the other side, Ezad going with the forward outpost and a forward barracks.
Yeah, nice play here from Ace. He's got the barracks quite far away from the outpost, so which is the only thing I'm a bit concerned. Maybe Ace wanted that outpost forwards, but the threat of the samurai made him have to keep that outpost relatively safe. We see opening up early with longbow pike, trying to use the long range of the longbows. Explorers here from Ezad trying to get in, get the distraction. Lowest damage but high HP. Let the Yumis do the work behind, and already Ace is kind of having to back off here. Yumi archers being sent in from Ezad behind, looking to get a large mass of these archers. And after seeing forward barracks here from Ace, Ezad hasn't really got a reason to not go for Yumi archers at this point.
I mean, I don't really see that much pressure being applied from Ace. Do you reckon he's gonna just drop the coin craze and go for Fortress?
Look at his micro. As soon as the volley comes in, he goes to guard mode. Once he's taken the volley, he goes back to normal mode and run away. No, I think this has got H2 written all over it, unfortunately. Or fortunately. It depends on how you see it, because I think Ace is in a position where he's concentrating longbows, and if you don't defend this, you're at risk of having your forward villagers on your cherry orchards or mine or your trees going to get sniped. So Ezad has to respond to this, and because these unit classes are, food and wood, sending in gold, it's not enough to get you to the next stage. So maybe we did see some gold coming in from Aizamk there. This might be stable play. I don't think this is age up play. It might be a transition to more like a Musk Huss idea. Yeah, he does have some musketeers. Maybe he is. He does have. It depends if he completes this batch or not. Like, there's a potential opportunity here to age. I don't think it's the right idea to age at the second. And he's completing the batch.
Never mind.
The
He's
stable.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was the possibility to, but he's decided he wants that mass. I think that's the right play.
Indeed.
The only problem now is that he's now used the 700 gold for this. Unless he has 600 gold, I don't think he's got a similar playstyle of sending coin to age. He's got spice trade in there as well as one cav upgrade. So this is kind of like a I don't say risky situation, but later on 4 vil is not going to be the massive spike he needs, and maybe he wished he had 600 coin later on as well.
Yeah, there we go. Daimyo's coming in by Ezad. It's going to be 10% attack boost on the nearby units, and on top of the Daimyo attack and tanking ability. Let's see how he will use that.
Here come the Hussars. Look at that, look at that. I don't know, the problem with the Hussars, like, where do you try and attack? What's your angle? Because all the villagers in the base, but he's just gone it in. Minutemen being called out. Hussars getting snared by the Daimyo, but I don't think that's too bad. He can focus this really strong unit down, and that will make all the other units weaker. Minutemen do come out as well. Maybe he's actually taking this fight head on. Somewhat surprising, but has he got enough units here? Looks like a balanced fight, actually. More stuff maybe for Brits. The pikemen working really well. A couple of pikes forcing back the Daimyo. Where is Japan unit? I swear they've been trained units, but they're just melting. They're not standing strong behind us. A couple units out in the field, map sieging, and the Daimyo is just not going to be enough to carry the force home. The Minutemen got him pretty quickly, and you know, Ezad needs a full batch. He hasn't got a unit. He wasn't even training a unit at that point. Maybe he was training from the Daimyo and had to cancel on the move-in, but his full force has been destroyed. Granted, Aizamk has kind of not got too many units following this up as well, so it's not as dire as it first looked. But for a moment, you know, Ezad wasn't training the units. It could have been a lot worse then.
Yeah, but overall, I would say it was more or less an even trade, but more favored for Ace because there was a huge downtime on the vills for Ezad because he had 15 villager in the TC earlier, but
yeah, like if you look at the vills, it's 40 vills versus 32 with decent shrine eco, but the amount of military shipments that Ezad has sent and also how expensive these units are, it's been a good trade here for A's in general. Now he's going for full musk, potential for musk upgrades soon. Let's check if those musks are carded, yes or not. I don't think they are. No, they're not. 150-23 suggests they're non-carded, but Hussar's going behind. Gets snaring that Daimyo. Oh, he's hunting the Daimyo. Ace is hunting that Daimyo behind, but he's also realised he's got more musks than Ashies here, so he can actually take this fight at a decent trade. He's going for that. And yeah, he's just trading some more musks, but they just weren't in the fight. Look at this little concave that Ace has got. Good efficiency in his units. And another positive trade there for Ace. Going to back off, wait for reinforcements, and kind of enjoy that fight while it lasts before he loses to the defender's advantage.
Yeah. Good thing is that Daimyo will be healing as long as he's alive. And as long as he's idle, so he can just slowly regenerate and try to pull it back, but doesn't seem like Ace is letting him leave for the long run.
Let's have a look at the, if we can, look at the Japan cards. I know he's not sent any upgrades, but he sent in, okay, one Yumi card, 2 Ashi cards, 1 Vil card, 1 5 Shrine. Hasn't yet sent any crates behind us, but he really wants to be able to send in, let's say, Ashi attack at some point for 15% attack, or maybe Yumi Archer for 20%. A is going for the Spice Trade to boost his economy. Very nice. There's still lots of hunts, a lot of berries. Berries also spawn on this map, so it's a nice card as well to kind of ensure the long-term food eco, and that is more economy than 4 Vil as well. It's about the same. I think you need about 20 Vils for that crossover, but it's a safe card. Oh no, Ezad has to go.
He's a bit off position.
Well, Daimyo goes down.
Position. Oh god, no.
Well,
That is
Ezad's,
not good.
yeah, Ezad's just come and take down the outpost, but he's at risk of his army being cut off, as you say, and he's also had to go for the cherry orchard eco timing because he's about out of food.
Oh,
Ezad has
God. There
resigned
we
due to
go.
connection. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to jump. I'm not going to jump straight away to we have a grand victor, but you can clearly tell that last couple like 20, 30 seconds was a bit AFK-y, like so. We'll have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad we got clarification. It wasn't a rage quit from Ezad. So
It was a disconnection.
I haven't read the rules. Because it's a third place. Oh, but it's still money on the line though. We'll have to see how the players and the if any admin's awake. Technically, somebody's gonna make a decision, but I'm sure the players will sort themselves out between themselves. We'll have to find out. But Jimbo's already happy. He's like, I'm so happy for A's. He's done it. But
giant trash can.
hold that thought yet. We're still 15 minutes before Julian and Kaiserklein were due to start their engagement. They are probably ready to play whenever, but we have the Mr. V's panicking. He's like, oh shit. What do we do?
I mean, looking at that score difference, that was just like
no,
pretty much over.
No, you can't. The thing is, you can't go by score difference. Brits was overscored, but even then, like, there's always ways for Japan to get back in.
All the units are dead.
Well, yeah, all the units were dead because he ran them AFK across the map. That daimyo wouldn't have died.
Okay. Fair point.
Michael wanting A's to win there, saying it was death over. Robot saying it's kind of over. I agree, it was kind of looking A's was closing the game out there, but we don't know. And if this means more Age of Empires for us, then sure, I could say more Age of Empires. I'm not going to complain about that. Oh, everyone's spamming the 10,000 channel points sound clips. On the record, I absolutely hate the idea of those things. I just remove them all.
God.
I removed them all from my from my Twitch, and thankfully the way they set up, I don't have to listen to the Twitch stream back. I don't have to listen to attack.
Oh my god! The first time I heard that,
I need some more baguette.
Shock.
Oh.
This I like a lot.
Oh. Right, we got some news. We got some good news and some bad news. We've got the bad news first. The bad news is there will be no more action in the third place series. Positive news is the third place series is over. We'll move on to the finals. Ezad has admitted defeat valiantly to Aizamk in that fifth game, and Aizamk has managed to take the fourth victory point he requires, and Aizamk has won the series 4-1 on agreement of both players. And congratulations to our third place winner, Aizamk. Round of applause, please.
Just lost to a giant
GG's, indeed deserved clap. I mean,
good series.
To be honest, A's pull up some nice victory. Like that Indian game, like I was 90% sure that Ezad have it. Like
I just see the chat
of the position.
I just see the chat spamming the channel points. I mean, it's very clear. Currently, I can't hear you. I'm not here. I'm not getting tilted because I can't hear it. Okay, and I don't think I ever will once to listen. I had to mute last stream from ESOC's point of view. Like I just got to the point. Like, yep, can't do it. It was just interrupting the cast too much. But now you guys are getting fun.
Destroyed.
A's, congratulate. Like this series, really good, really well played. Your previous series though, you definitely cannot beat those series. But we're just saying, A's, before this game started, but like, what a level you have achieved, even though you haven't really been playing the game. Like, what is it that more practice makes you worse? I can't quite work it out. It's been such a pleasure to watch you this tournament season.
Yeah. You shouldn't watch, maybe. You shouldn't play, maybe. That's your success. Oh. The rustier you get, the better you play.
Yes, we're Quick A's has won. So A's so it's a best of 7. So A's has won the series 4-1. The series was 3-1 beforehand. Ezad disconnected, but given the options to Ezad whether he wanted to try and force a replay or ask for admin decisions or just resign on the spot, he's graciously accepted defeat. I think he realised he was getting outplayed that last game, and has given the victory to Aizamk, and Aizamk is now our third place player. So congratulations. We wonder if we will be kicking off the next series relatively soon. I don't think they'll. Oh, everyone's ready to start. Do we have a French boy in the chat called Kanuki to give us a? Oh, Kanuki! Oh, that's so disappointing.
What a bad boy!
That's so disappointing. Like,
I bet he's eating buckets.
We tell you to be here ready for 6 GMT, yet you're not even online 45 minutes beforehand. That's shocking. That's terrible, bro. Are you?
Look at him in the chat saying hello. Wow.
I don't know. I see a Smurf called Ken Zero Key there saying hello. I'm there. Do I see a French boy Kanoki in the Discord chatting French to me right this? No, I do not. Get your beautiful French baguette on Discord. Let's get show going. yeah, sure. Kick out Jaeger. He's ugly. Come on, like it's me versus Jaeger. Come on, like even my third chin is more attractive than Jaeger.
Look at these hairlines, man. Look at them.
Oh, juicy.
Yeah, chat. We need a poll, chat. Come on.
Yeah. Well,
who is more?
Yeah. I don't think I want to find out the results of this, so I will also graciously back out. Right, thanks for the cast, Jaeger. Thanks for the gameplays. Ezad, thanks for the tournament. Thank for you, MM&D, for keeping us company in the background as well. Always a joy. We love your work. Good luck for the final, everybody. I'll see you later.
Catch you guys later.
Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ESOC Autumn Championships. We are officially in the grand finals. $600 delicious are on the line. It is JulianK versus Kaiserklein, two titans going against each other. And I am here with the pride of all France, Kanoki. Kanoki, how are you, sir?
I'm fine. I cannot wait to see those two players battling for those dollar dues. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Both of them showed really, really cool matches those last few days. So, yeah, cannot wait, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick rundown for some of you guys that might be new to the finals. This is a best of 9. So one player must take 5 games, potential 9 games on the line. Only legacy civs are allowed. And honestly, I think the two people in this finals are the two people that a lot of players were predicting would make it from the very beginning.
Yeah, 100%. That's on one part almost disappointing, but at the same time, it's really, really cool because those are the two players that you are looking to see in the grand final. 9 maps, I believe there are 11 or 12 legacy civ. I can't remember from the top of my head, but yeah, we are basically gonna see the entire crew right there. They will have to play everything pretty much in order to win this series if it goes to the 9 games, and we hope so.
Speaking of maps, the first map, which is Arctic Territories, is loaded up, ready to go. Shall we dive into game 1, Kanoki?
I mean, I am ready. Are you ready? Is your body ready?
I hope so.
You hope.
Ooh, we got a map intro for this one? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Why these two nations have decided to fight it out in this frozen tundra. But Arctic Territories is a map that awards early aggression. Do not allow the cliffs along the map fool you into a false sense of security, because they also block you off from precious resources. Make sure to maintain map control in order to control those resources that are in the center and on the sides of the map.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we are in game 1 of the ESOC Autumn Championships. We are on Arctic Territories for game 1. Let's dive right into the player intros. In the bottom of the map, playing in the color cyan or teal or whatever you want to call it, we have JulianK playing as the Brits, and his mighty opponent in the top of the map playing in the color blue as the Germans. It is Kaiserklein. Game 1, there's a lot of hype. Kanoki, how do you feel about this matchup, and especially these players playing these particular civs?
Kaiserklein starting with basically his main squeeze, I have to say, bringing the big guns immediately, and that's very, very smart in that format. when you look at how the games play, if you win the first game, you have a huge advantage over your opponent. So I really like the fact that he's going really, he's not, keeping Germany for later on. However, when it comes to the matchup, we can see that Brit is already going into a TP. We are likely going to see GMT. And I have to say, I have absolutely zero idea of this is going to pan out. I would give an advantage to the GMT over the German, basically. If the German play standard, but at the same time, Germany can go for that bow pike rush very early and try to push GMT off, basically, of its game plan. So would be interesting to see how both players battle it out. And it's not going to be a GMT. It might be a Virginia company.
Boy.
Interesting.
Okay,
Going
so
for a TP that early.
We have a potential manor boom here. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you about is, okay, Arctic territory is not known for its abundance of food, and there's certainly a lot of distance between, you know, your second, third, fourth hunts. So does Britain have a bit of a disadvantage here, needing so much food, whereas Germany can rely on less hunts to get their game going?
I would say yes. That might be an issue, especially because you usually have to go on that left side in order to find some food that is nearby, and it opens you to Ulan Reds in particular. So we will see how it goes for JulianK right there. Especially, if you want to place those manners in order to have some vision, you have to place them so far away from your base on that left side in order to get some vision. Kaiserklein picked up a huge food treasure, by the way, while we were presenting the matchup. 120 food. That's going to be massive for his edge up time. He's going to edge up with 16 villager right there, 0 idle time, and he's likely going to click at 240. Yeah, there you go. 235 even. That's extremely quick for Germany right there.
Yeah, he's certainly going to love that start. And you mentioned Vision, JulianK also picking up that native scout. So both players getting some pretty useful treasures here in Age 1. But we'll see how quickly this manor boom starts, to get going. And we'll see what kind of defense Julian decides to go for. Do you think he starts Cav? Does he start Musk? Does he just go pure eco greed, rely on maybe an outpost and a TC fire? Does he even make any military units at all for the first part of the game?
To me, when you're playing against Germany, you have to respond in some way to the Uhlans, because if you just rely on outpost and TC fire, if the German player is conservative enough, 2 Uhlans, you can push them back with an outpost and TC fire. 4 Uhlans, it becomes complicated. 6 Uhlans, you cannot. It's like a ball that keeps rolling and rolling and becoming bigger and bigger. And that's why I think he has to respond in some way. But before that, he can go into some kind of a boom. We can see that he's getting some manners towards the south in order to hunt right there, to hurt, the hunt. Same at the north, trying to get some vision. I don't think he would be ultra aggressive with those manners because the Uhlans will come very, very quick, as we saw. Kaiserklein has an excellent timing right there. So we might see kind of a very defensive Virginia Company usage right there. And probably a few musk in order to defend. Don't need a lot, but just 5 musk in order to make sure the cav mass is under control.
We're looking to see a really standard start here from Kaiserklein's Germany. I don't think it's going to be anything too out of the box. Sent 2 settler wagon, followed by 3 settler wagon. And we'll have to see if he goes immediately for the 700 coin, maybe tries to throw in something in between like 700 wood, but we do see a stable start. And I think you're exactly right. Those Uhlans are going to be coming out. And if there's anything we know about Kaiserklein's Germany, it's that he has great Ulan control. He's not going to throw them away needlessly. He's going to get the most use out of them and hopefully keep as many alive as possible to get those into vet status when he reaches age 3.
Indeed, and we can see very... I have to compliment the base building right there by Kaiserklein. Extremely defensive, even if he's in a matchup in which he will potentially have... tempo in the early game. We can see very defensive layout of the base right there in case there is some kind of a must mass behind this on the side of JulianK. So I really, really like that. He's gonna avoid the outpost with both of the Uhlans and he's gonna go straight for the hunt on the south. Is he gonna catch a villager? I'm not sure, because there are no villagers here. Very nicely played here by JulianK, but careful, this villager just at the south.
On this southern hunt. Oh, pikes coming out at just the right time. That's going to be just enough pikes to keep those 2 Uhlans at bay. And if that had been a full 5 Uhlans, I'm sure they just would have battered those down and then immediately killed that villager. But now Kaiserklein sees it. We see if he follows up.
5 Uhlans behind this, 5 Ulan shipment coming in. Kaiserklein is looking to keep pounding on his opponent keep trying to find those openings. He's gonna go for the TP straight away. I'm not sure that's the correct play in a way, because like it gives JulianK, you know, breathing room. He doesn't have to be as careful right now. He knows where the Ulan are, and he can just safely mass and safely grid behind this. Expose his villager a bit in order to herd and stuff. But hey, at least it's bringing the pike outside of the base. We can see that JulianK couldn't herd the hunt that is towards the south. The hunt is going very backward at this point. Same towards the north side. We can see two lands going there. They have been scouted by scout, by the way. And now we are going to see the echo from the Brit. As you said, struggling to get some hunts. There is only one hunt under the CC, and it might be an issue in a minute or two. While two villagers might go down, one villager is going down. He needs to save the Ulans, though. One Ulan is going to go down. One Ulan, two Ulans maybe. Yeah, two Ulans for one Vil. Perfectly fine at that point in the game. Even if versus Brits, it's not as good, it's still a good trade right there, I would say.
One bill certainly going to be a good pickup for Kaiser, but I mean, the one thing we can say for Julian is the type of hunts he does have under his TC. I mean, these are moose, right? They do have a lot of food. He is getting his market upgrades. I just saw Gangsaw come in during that raid, and he's done a really good job keeping those Ulans from really keeping his Vils belled up for too long. So yeah, lost one Vil, definitely going to be bad for him, but not bad considering he's going to be close to 160, 170 manor pop here. Look at the manors going down.
Indeed, and I love how he's getting those manors in front of his hunt in order, like if the Ulans have to go through this, it's going to be really hard for them to maneuver between the manors and the pikes. So that's a really cool cool layout, basically base layout right there. We can see two lands at the north trying to find an opening, but just enough pikes in order to deter. And I have to say, I really like this pike play by JulianK. Very smooth, very clean. And for now, basically untouched. One villager is not enough, you know, to justify all of those Ulans going out. However, behind this Kaiserklein, he is H3. He is shipping the 8 skirmisher, and that's where the pressure is really going to start to add up, because suddenly those spikes, they cannot stand in front of those Ulans, and they cannot deter those Ulans anymore because the skirmisher are going to pick them off.
And one thing to point out here, we do see that JulianK is macroing for an age up himself. He does have the necessary, he does now have it in. But one thing about Brit that makes them a little bit weaker is they don't have that fast age up. So it's going to be at least, 60, maybe even 90 seconds before he hits age 3. Yeah. And he's going to have to pay for all of those veteran upgrades, right? Veteran longbow, veteran musketeer, veteran hussar. And that's going to be really expensive. And hopefully his big economy that he's been juicing up here is going to be enough to do it. But that's a lot of Ulans coming down the field.
17 Ulans at 9 minutes into the game with 8 skirmisher. You know, guys, more stuff tends to be bit less stuff, so that's going to be a rough time right there for JulianK. Is he going to siege the outpost? I think he is, yes. We can see some nice wall from JulianK. I really like this. Very nicely played right there. He has a hunt towards the south. However, a lot of villagers are migrating towards the north. He figures out, and he's going to move them down right there. He needs to be careful, though, because those Ulans, they are going to squeeze in between those mana. They're going to find ways to go through. Going to siege this palisade wall right there and try to enter into the base. Another wall is going to come up. Two more walls are going to come up. Very nice base building right there by JulianK. It's insane.
Here. Yeah, he's making this almost impenetrable wall of pikes, and this way he's able to keep so many Vils working here on the back coin mines and even on the trees. And so he's trying to get up as many resources as he can for when he reaches age 3, but because of that slow age up, it's still going to be quite a bit of time before he gets there. And what is he going to be slamming out first? Can we get another look at his deck, MFD?
Mate, can we just, like, how good is JulianK? Like, for real? When it comes to the base building, like the wall placement, the wall timing, like this is really hard to do. Like, I mean, it seems simple, but like it's extremely hard to do. You know, you have to have the forward thinking of doing that. Like, it's insane. He also saved the mine at the south, so he has access to gold if he wants to. Like, man, JulianK is a beast. Like, of course he's in the final, but holy moly, you know? Like,
look at how much time he's bought himself. He's bought himself at least a minute and a half without combat. And if there were no walls here, this army under his town center would get absolutely spanked. right? These are H2 pikes, a couple of H2 musks, and that horde of longbow would just get eaten alive. But because of this smart walling in his base building, you know, I think he's going to make it to H3 safely, and even going to get veteran musketeer shipping 9 musketeers as well. I think he's survived.
I mean, he's completely fine at this point. He's completely fine. He's outmassing almost his opponent, despite playing Brits in this matchup. He has more villagers. He has more eco. I mean, all good. The only thing though is hunt. Like he will need to find another hunt. He will need to go out of his base, and that's the moment in which it can be, you know, a bit iffy. It's when you are looking for that third hunt. That may be the moment in which Kaiserklein finally finds the opening. Remember guys, it's always very swingy with Germany. Just one Ulan raid can completely swing the game, so never count Germany out. But at that point, JulianK is in a really solid position, and if he keeps, you know, slowly crawling like he has been doing, and basically not trying to rush for hunts and like keep that forward thinking, keep that slow expansion, it's gonna be fine. However, Kaiserklein can't see this on his minimap. He knows that the hunt just moved.
That train of
That's a lot.
Ulans is terrifying. 28 veteran Ulans. Gonna try to poke into this base once again, but the walls are still standing, and now we have veteran musketeers to hold them at bay. There are still some pikes mixed in. There's a good number of longbow to try to deal with the skirms that are going to be accompanying this calf. And are we going to get a big fight here? We'll have to see if he charges in after taking this market.
I don't think
gonna pull
so.
back.
Yeah, he's gonna pull back. He's gonna pull back. Nice shots right there. We can see during that entire exchange, JulianK is gaining access to a hunt, which is critical, guys. I cannot stress enough how critical it is. Maybe we have a fight right there. We can see the Ulans are committing, and behind this, the skirmisher, they are gonna target all of those spikes. They are gonna target all of the musketeer. Kaiserklein has to peel back though. He has to kite a little bit, wait for his skirmisher to do the damage, and that's the commit.
10 reinforcing veteran hussars, but I think the veteran Ulans are still doing
so much
work here.
It's insane, and the war wagons, they are shooting those hussars like they are piñatas basically. We can see Ulans are still there. Is there a batch of Ulans coming behind this? No, there is not. So that's all of the army there is for Kaiserklein. There will be no reinforcement, and that's going to be critical in this defense. However, JulianK cannot push out. He doesn't have the musketeer mass in order to keep those Ulans at bay for long enough. So he has to be very careful with his unit right there, and he cannot chase. Like chasing here will be crazy. Yeah, there you go. He's going back.
Really nice decision by him to pull back there. I think it was tempting for him to try to pick off more of those skirms since, you know, they don't trade as well with his longbows. But you're right, Kaiserklein was very intentionally poking at those muskets, hoping that he could get them down to a number that he could send his Ulan in. And now following up with 9 more Ulans. So, I mean, JulianK did take a nice fight there, did get a good trade, but certainly not out of it yet. He needs to keep securing these hunts, and he needs to keep making sure he has a sufficient amount of anti-cap.
We might have a huge raid on the north side right there, because it has been ding 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 for Kaiserklein for the last 30 seconds. Is JulianK, he's going around the vision right there. We can see he missed it. Kaiserklein missed the two hussars, and the 2 hussars, they are going to go straight on the settler wagon. If one of those settler wagons falls, it's huge, guys. It's basically the equivalent of 2 villagers. One settler wagon is going to go down. The second one is going to survive very likely, but like for 2 hussars, completely worth. A settler wagon that cannot be retrained, it's huge. Absolutely huge right there. And we can see in the meantime, Kaiserklein is keeping the pressure, but that longbow mass is becoming really, really scary. And it's going to slowly be able to push out those skirmishers. Does he have the tech already, the card already for the range?
He does not yet. I am a little bit worried about the fact that the musketeer mass is still not quite as large, and the Ulan numbers are still quite scary. He does have some vet hussar, which do so well at tanking, even against vet Ulan. And so I don't know if Julian's going to be content here to stay in his base and let Kaiser come to him, or if he's going to have to eventually, start pushing out. The hunts in his base are looking really, really scarce, and the next closest hunt is on the south side of the map, right where Kaiser's army is parked.
Yeah, going on the north side would be very, very scary right there for JulianK. Maybe he will, but I don't think. So I think he's looking to take control of the south side. That's what he's doing right now with his army. And sure, he doesn't have a lot of musketeer, but the main thing is he needs to win the skirm war in order for his musketeer to move forward. So if he makes too many musketeers, then he loses the skirm war, and those musketeers are going to get picked. Yeah,
Look
very
at that,
nuts
Kanoki.
catch.
I think he just got, what, 6, 7 skirms there for absolutely free? Yeah.
That was a shipment, or what? That was
was
the
7
shipment?
skirms,
Yeah,
I think.
that's big. That's actually big. It's gonna make sure that those longbows are gonna win those exchange now. And JulianK, just in time, just in time to be able to expand on the soft side. What I would love to see right there from him is an outpost or something that gives him vision right there, more than units basically, in order to get vision on that hill and make sure that he can see what his opponent movements are, even if his units are moving out of the position, basically.
Yeah, and something else to point out here is those little catches, right, that Julian's getting, against an emotional player like Kaiser, that can really start to affect his gameplay, right? Oh, another Settler Wagon going down. Maybe going to lose another Vil here as well.
Yes.
And Julian doing such a good job checking these coin mines. He knows that Germany eats through coin mines just so rapidly, and so he's continuing to pressure those with this Hussar. And now getting 2 Settler Wagons along with the batch of 7 skirms, only for the loss of basically 2 Hussars. That's an amazing trade.
Yeah, it's an amazing trade indeed, and we can see those longbows, they are gonna win the skirmisher war completely. As you said, it's basically, it's like English is playing Germany, but in reverse. You know what I mean? The Spider-Man meme? That's basically what it is right now. Germany is getting outrated because, like, JulianK, one thing, once again, it seems simple, but he has been able to slow the game down to a pace that is comfortable for English. And like, Germany wants the game to go crazy. They want the game to go raid on the right, raid on the left, etc., etc. That's not how the game is being played right there. It's a very static game in which Germany is not as good as the English.
Oh, but
However,
look at this,
in
Kanoki.
fights,
He might take the engagement.
no.
Man.
Wait, Versals. No. That's too many war wagons right there. He needs to defend this position. Nice, Sosa at the back, and that's gonna be the fight.
Oh,
Huge
look at that.
fight.
Musket's engaging.
Oh,
He's gonna push him off. I think
The
Kaiser's
Uhlans,
just
the
gonna
Uhlans.
dive in here.
The villagers on the south side. They
gonna
are caught in
Vilpul?
between. Wait.
Oh, he might Vilpul to tank damage. Yes, he's Vilpulling to try to take damage from these skirmishers. Let's see what happens. The longbow's getting kind of mixed in, but there's still so many veteran Hussar. War Wagons doing damage in the back. Skirmishers trying to kite. It's so chaotic in all the trees. I can't tell what's going on, Kanoki.
Me neither. And the big thing is how is the musketeer mass looking? That's the big thing. That's the big information that we need. Raid on the soft side. More settler wagons are gonna go down. That's game. If JulianK survives for 2 more minutes, that's basically game at this point. We can see he's picking off. Sure, Kaiserklein is picking off a few villagers, but those villagers
and sending
are way
musketeer
less
attack
valuable.
on top of this as well. That's going to be so good. It's going to make his
yeah.
musketeers even better at melting these
25.
Uhlans.
25 musketeer, that's going to be more than enough to push out those Uhlans, especially with that Hussar mass on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good here for Julian. The fact that he's been able to pick off 3 settler wagons without getting punished himself. I mean, if we look back at the amount of Vils that have been killed for Brit, we saw that one really early, but now we're going to see the engagement here in the middle of the map, and the Uhlans are getting engaged, but they're not able to get on the longbows at all. Look at the musketeers mixed in, and all of the Uhlans are starting to fall. There are no more Uhlan shipments. Vils being pulled, war wagons going down to the longbows, and this is going to be a clean sweep for Julian.
It looks like it. Yeah. The Uhlan mass is completely down. We can see, as you said, the war wagons, they cannot hold versus that many crossbows, and very, like, you could say, yo, but JulianK is not putting his musketeer in melee. Why is that? Because no, he's keeping his mass alive, because as long as that mass of musketeer is alive, those longbows can still DPS. And we can see immediately JulianK after the fight looking for the raid immediately. So smart by him. His army is not staying idle. That's a discussion I had on the previous, like, insane. Like, JulianK, insane. Making it look easy.
That was
like,
that was a great
insane.
impression of while you were talking about the Musks, that was a great impression of Lionheart, by the way. You sounded just like him.
Did I? I hope not.
But that was such a good hold. The walls won that game absolutely for Julian. If those Uhlans had slammed in against that little batch of pikes, he would have been absolutely obliterated. But the walls, the manners, the pike blocking that one gap, so good from JulianK.
Yeah, I mean, could we see the gathering? I would love to see the gathering, because I think, as we can see, JulianK outgathering his opponent by a mile here because his boom paid off, basically. He was able to really slow the game down with those mana positioning, with those walls, slow the game down, make sure that Germany cannot get the game into chaos. And that was it, really. After that, Kaiserklein was dragged into a game that was not the one he was looking for. You know, those big fights,
Oh,
they
man.
favor English.
Look at
So
these-
really, really
look at
impressive
these-
game right there.
Look at these dips, Kanoki, in the villager unit population for Kaiser. You can see exactly where those settler wagons get taken down, and then that huge raid at the end. And wow, nearly 60 vills for JulianK, and very, very few losses. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, he lost like one here at the beginning, but then, I mean, I don't see any vill losses until the end there where he pulled a ton. So JulianK looking to be in top form, but Kaiserklein certainly had him on the ropes there for a minute. So definitely going to be a good series. 459 people currently in chat. That is absolute insanity.
Indeed, and that's only the first game. Let's hope it's gonna get better. But yeah, incredible game, really. Like he made it look easy. Like JulianK made it look easy, and that's really something hard. And one thing I was going to point out at the end of the game, and I was talking about it with some friends on Discord during the last series, is very often we see people committing to the main fight, and they don't diverge, you know, one or two cav models to the sides in order to pick off the villager. That's exactly what JulianK was doing there. You know, he takes the fight. As soon as he wins the fight, if he drags 3 Ulans, 3 Hussars, I go on the coin mine. I know he's gathering there. I'm gonna grab 1 or 2 settler wagon. That is so smart, you know. Like that's the kind of play that requires excellent, excellent micro, excellent APM, and excellent knowledge. You know, to know that this fight is won, and I cannot get more value by just having more Hussars here. You know, they are better elsewhere. So really, really impressed right there by JulianK.
Absolutely. Ooh, we already have game 2 decided. It's going to be JulianK playing as Otto and Kaiserklein going for what is perhaps his second best civilization, French here. I mean, Germany and France, those are the two that he is known for specifically. And, you know, we'll have to see France versus Otto on Florida. You know, there's potential water play here, though I don't know if we'll see any. But are you ready for game 2, Kanoki?
I am. As you said, maybe water play, but let's dive into the game and we are going to talk about all of that as soon as it is ready. Maybe water play. Remember Florida, there is the market start that is basically free, which I think in this specific matchup is better for France at the beginning, because you can get those few techs, especially if you get some good treasures. But yeah, let's dive into the game and we're gonna comment on all of that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back for game number 2 of the ESOC Autumn Championship Grand Finals. It is JulianK versus Kaiserklein, currently 1-0 in favor of Julian, who is in the top of the map, playing in the color cyan or teal, whatever you want to call it, as the Ottomans, getting that free market start since we are on Florida, and his opponent in the bottom of the map, playing in the color red as the French player himself, the amazing Kaiserklein, who is currently down 1-0. I don't think he's pulling any punches here. Pulled out perhaps his best civ, Germany, in game 1, and now perhaps his second best civ, France, in game 2. Kanoki, your thoughts on this matchup? You already mentioned the market start, being really good for France.
Yeah, I think the market start is going to be good for France right there, because as you can see, he can get a very fast hunting dogs. Likely going to go into a 14-20 right there, or maybe a 13-20 if he can find some good treasures. On the other side, Ottoman, sure, they can also get the tech, but you have way less villager and they're way less potent in the beginning of the game, so that early market is not having as much value in the very early stages of the game. You are not basically saving 100 wood, and at the moment it is critical, so that may be a big difference. But at the same time, it's a map with a safe TP, it's a map with water. One of the big questions is JulianK gonna go on water? What is his deck looking like? We can see he shipped 3 villagers, sure, but behind this there is Schooner, and so Schooner might be a big indicator of a water boom right there. You always start with the free villager because it is so critical for Ottoman, since they get their villagers so slow. But behind this with Schooner, we could see a big water boom right there by JulianK. And in that case, Kaiserklein is gonna have to basically push JulianK off water, or at least to make sure to deal enough damage on land while his opponent is still booming.
Absolutely. And I like what you said about the market, right? Because there's two definitive starts for France, either market hunting dogs and TP. And the fact that this map allows Kaiser to start with both, before the 1 minute 30 mark is just so good. But both players having very, very standard decks. What treasure are we seeing here? Potential steal from Kaiser. He goes down first, picks up 80 food. A mess of crawdads going to Kaiser. And that's going to be excellent. Going to make that 14 villa even faster, perhaps without any idle time at all. And I think that's going to be an excellent little victory in Age 1 here for France.
Yeah, 0 idle time. He even cancelled. Oh, he didn't went for a 14. I'm surprised by this. He cancelled the villager in the CDB in order to go to H2 to Colonial Age even faster. So behind this, no Schooner being sent here by JulianK. So there you go. It's sent a little bit later, but there you go. We can see Schooners. Maybe he was looking if his opponent was going for a 12-10. Maybe that's the thing. I'm not sure because he didn't scout in anything forward, and that's the timing at which France wouldn't have edge up anyway with a 12-10. So I don't know. Maybe just a spider sense, tingling right there, and he thought it was finally good to go, or maybe he was just busy with his explore macro. On his side, Kaiserklein likely going to ship 4 CDBs. I don't see any reason not to. And then will he go for a semi-FF with a SARS, or will he go for an all-in into the Colonial Age? Double dog by JulianK right there.
Second dog coming down for Julian. And we did see
I'm not
him
surprised.
get his, he got his gang saw upgrade as well. He also got, what's the coin upgrade? I'm forgetting.
Placer Mines? Not yet. Not yet.
He didn't get Placer Mines yet? Okay, I thought I saw that coming in. I know I saw him get his
Maybe
gang
that's
saw
Kaiser.
upgrade. Oh,
Yeah, that's
that is Kaiser. Okay, never mind. But, I mean, both players getting their market upgrades early, and I love the second dock here from Julian. We're going to see a pretty heavy investment on water, which you need to, right? If you're going to send schooners as your second card, you need to make it worth it by getting a lot of fishing boats out. But I'm kind of eager, just as you, to see how France opens up here. We do see Kaiser tend to go pretty heavy with the Hussars in the early game, but actually going with the barracks as his first military building.
Oh, no,
that's
a
church. Oh, my God. He's going with the early church.
Okay. So that's an FF? Is that an FF of some sort? There is no advanced market card. That's one of the things that I was thinking. There is no church card either. So that looks like an FF. 700 wood behind this, so that's not an FF. That's a semi. Okay, I'm surprised by that church. I would almost say, was it a misclick? But it doesn't look like it. He's looking for a ton of XP because on top of that, he's going for a second TP right there. So he's looking for the biggest XP curve we have seen in a while. He is indeed doing an FF, but without sending 700 coin. That's what he's doing right there. So that's going to be an FF by France, but kind of a greedy FF in which you don't try to go fast, you try to go big as you FF with a lot of power behind it. So yeah, 700 exactly. So that's going to be quite amazing, but at the same time, can we just check the village account? Because we can see 20 CDB on the side of Kaiserklein, on the other side, 28 villager already, guys. That's the power of Schooner. That's the power of Ottoman on water. Since you don't pay for your villager on land, you can invest everything into that water, and both players are going to edge up roughly at the same time. Both of them, I expect, with a fast edge up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is greedy on both sides, right? Neither has gone for a super bare bones FF. Both are investing in the economy, either through XP or through water. And now we see the barracks and stable coming down for Kaiserklein. We'll have to see what he opens up with if he decides to go Skirmgoon or maybe something a little bit more unorthodox. But going to be up to age 3 here very quick, though not as fast. Well, no, actually, he is going to be up faster than JulianK.
Yeah. one thing I would love to see here, but I'm not sure Iziko can support it yet, will be skirmisher cuirassier straight away and almost skip the good. But you have to be careful because there is that Sipai threat. So I think he's still gonna go for goods. Yeah. So maybe a batch or two of goods, and then I would like to see some cuirassiers in order to really, have that punch. In order to really pierce through the defense of JulianK, because like, don't get it mistaken, guys. Kaiserklein, like when it comes to the economy right there, is losing heavily. JulianK is so much ahead in Inco, and it's gonna be worse and worse by the minutes. So Kaiserklein has to do something in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Sure, there is that that XP curve that is amazing, but that XP curve it is gonna go flat in 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes, if Kaiserklein hasn't made decisive damage, that's going to be a big problem. However, very good treasure collection by Kaiserklein. Can I just compliment him on that?
Though, something else that I want to point out, because I'm seeing a couple of people in the chat mention it, is right now the compositions are looking to be Skirm, Goon, and eventually 2 Falconets versus what we only seem to see Janissaries at the moment. Not even veteran Janissaries, though. I'm sure the upgrade's going to be coming in very, very soon. And, I wonder, can we get a look at Kaiserklein's view? I'd love to see how much of this water has he scouted. Has he scouted both docks? He's scouted one. He has not scouted the second, so maybe he doesn't know just how heavily Julian is investing in water here.
I think he's going to figure out quite fast, though. I like the Janissary play here because, sure, Janissaries are going to be countered, but Janissaries, they are sturdy. They made sure you are not getting dove by a few SR, by a few cuirassiers. So very, very nice play here by JulianK, basically stabilizing. I need to win 3 minutes, so I'm going to make 30 Janissaries. And come and get me, basically. That's what he's saying right there. Abus being shipped behind this, he's training more Abus. Cuirassier shipment actually being sent here instead of the skirmisher. I was waiting for the skirmisher, but that's actually cuirassier shipment immediately being sent. He's starting to batch cuirassiers, and he is still training some skirmisher behind this. So we are going to see basically what we said from Kaiserklein, which is a batch of goons, and then switching into those big cuirassiers in order to really punch into his opponent right there. He's going to look for the water, though.
And he's going to find that second dock. Though, I agree that Julian is certainly doing well on the water. I'm not so certain he's out of trouble yet. I mean, we have a much better composition from France. We have 2 Falcons which need to be dealt with. He does have the artillery foundry, could possibly get out of Culverin. And these Cuirassiers is going to do a lot of tanking, could do some raiding. So I think, Kaiserklein making the most of his advantage and pushing while he still has the tempo.
Yeah, we can see first dock is going to go down. Is he going to go for the second one, though? That's the big question. I believe none of those players, he didn't scout it, so he is looking for it, though. We can see with the Doguns. Yeah. He smells there is something, but for now, he hasn't found it. Wait. He's moving south. He's moving south, but not enough.
No,
damn.
He's not gonna see it.
One thing I wanted to see, I'm sure Kaiserklein doesn't have the free caravel. Does JulianK has the free caravel? That's the big question right there. He has 3 galleys. 3 galleys instead of the frigate. I believe. Wait. Yeah.
3 galleys will be with Julian's micro. 3 galleys will beat the frigate every time.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I wanted to point out. If you want to really win the water, you don't want the frigates. You want the 3 caravels or the 3 galleys. And the frigate potentially. So I really like JulianK here, knowing that he needs to defend his water and going for the galleys instead of the frigate, basically. So I really like this.
This is really bold of. I just got to point out, this is really bold of Kaiserklein to not contest the water at all. I think, I don't know, is this the right play to invest so heavily in land? Does he think that he doesn't have a chance on water?
I think he is investing on water because I see a little dot moving along the shoreline right there, a little red dot. Or was it a hunt? No, it was a hunt. Sorry guys, it was a hunt moving. And I'm not colorblind, but sometimes it's hard, it's late, and there you go. There is no free caravel for France. Oh, Interesting. Okay. So that's why. We can see the Explorer finally found the second dock, so he's likely gonna go there, go straight towards the second dock, and keep massing. However, that boom already paid off big time. 29 CDB versus what is very likely more over 50 vils, 44 vils actually. So that's a big difference right there in term of economy.
And
Because
these
those
vills will
fishing
not
boats
be
are not gonna die yet.
Yeah, these vills will not be running out of resources anytime soon, right? He's the only player on the water. He has still so many fish and so many whales that are infinite. One thing I wanted to point out is that Kaiserklein did send the cavalry combat cards, so these dragoons and these cuirassiers, they are quite beefed up, even beyond their normal stats. So we'll have to see if I mean, I wonder what's Kaiserklein trying to do here? There's a lot of Abyss guns. There is the Culverin in the back. How does he keep his Falconets protected here? Does he dive in with the goons and the cuirassiers and try to avoid the Janissaries?
I think he's just gonna take out the dock and then run back as fast as he can. The frigate is actually coming up, but that frigate versus a potential Culverin on land, it's gonna be hard for that frigate to really push forward with a Culverin basically waiting for it. But those fishing boats, they are gonna have to go down. He needs broadside onto the Culverin. The Culverin is almost done, and we can see the cuirassiers are gonna commit into the fray. Can they swing? Yes, they swing, and that's the problem with cuirassiers. When they start swinging, it's big numbers going up, and we can see more cuirassiers coming at the top, 4 more, and that's gonna be a cleanup here.
Still alive, wailing away on the Janissaries, and the frigate is allowing more reinforcing fire, and there's no 3 galleys on the way from Julian. Is it being sent right now? He's got to get these out. There they are! The 3 galleys are going to deal with this frigate exceptionally well. Now, it does have the Falconet on land to reinforce, but this might be actually a fairly decent trade, though the Ottoman army has been crushed here by those cuirassiers.
Exactly, and I'm not sure those 3 galleys can deal with the frigate because there is still a Falconet that is up behind this. And even with good macro, at one point, if you want to kill the frigate, you're gonna have to get close to it. You see what I mean? There are like 10 Abus guns that are into one of those galleys. So they are basically trapped in there. And as long as there is no Janissaries mass, they cannot go onto the shore anymore because of those cuirassiers, because of that cavalry threat. What is Kaiserklein training behind this? Oh, we can see the 12 Abus guns here are going to come out. He needs to not fight this. Basically, Kaiserklein needs to not fight this. He needs to stay close to his frigate. He needs to stay close to his Falconet.
Yeah, and I mean, Julian even starting to make, he even made a galley out of his dock, so he's going to continue to invest. He does not want this water to be tampered because we know that if Julian loses this water, the economic advantage completely shifts into Kaiserklein's favor. And look at that, we have the artillery foundry coming down for France now, probably going to be seeing at least 1 or 2 Colves, maybe even more Falconets as well, but still has macroed for food and gold, so probably nothing super heavy in artillery.
Oh, is Kaiserklein gonna find the villager at the back? If he can't find them, that's huge. He doesn't. He does. That's it. He found the villager. Can the cuirassier connect? That's the big question, though. That's a lot of Abus guns coming from the south. With a few Janissaries, those cuirassiers are not going to be able to connect. He will get 1 or 2 villager for his trouble, though. Yeah, that's it. That's 2 villager plus the idle time. Remember, guys, idle time is actually quite big here. Skirmisher and more cuirassiers being trained behind this. So yeah, it's only the beginning, guys. Kaiserklein is going to ramp up the pressure. Now that the damage has been done, he knows that his opponent mass has been whittled down. He's going to keep the pressure. He needs to keep the foot on the pedal right there.
Yeah.
And go straight in.
Yeah, and I think last time we looked at Kaiserklein, we saw a heavy investment in Skirm. I think it was 8 Skirm, immediately followed by 7 Skirm, making more and sending more cuirassiers as well. So he's now switching almost completely over to heavy cav and light infantry, though still has a decent batch of goons, and his frigate is still alive, if I'm right. Do we still have the frigate on the water, or did it die?
Did
it get taken out? It did get taken out. Okay.
Yeah. It got clean. However, one thing is, I saw in the chat, water economy was untouched. Sure, but we can see that 36 CDBs, and I believe there is less than 50, as you can see, villager on the side of JulianK. So the economy has been tightening up in those last 5 minutes. Basically, Kaiserklein is slowly crawling back into the game. We can see the cuirassiers here being used in order to tank some of the damage
this is
coming
a
from
really
those
good fight
Abuscans.
for France, and there are so many villagers exposed here. He's gonna have to pull a ton of them over to the galleys to reinforce, but that was a nice job by Kaiserklein. Picked off quite a few Abuscans, and the Janissaries not really able to do a ton. And I wonder, if these skirms almost seem like they've been upgraded. Has he sent any sort of infantry combat, or are these still just regular skirms?
Regular skirms, it seems.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's regular skirms for now. But you know, more stuff, bit less stuff, like as we as well say. So that's it. Like sure, the economy wasn't really touched, but it has been idle a lot. And behind this, the military has been very, very idle. However, 3 Falconets, that can swing the fight big time. We can also see that there is the CHAMPI shipment that is coming behind this, and that can be a huge swing right there for JulianK. Can he defend those Falconets? Can he bait Kaiserklein in for those CHAMPIs to actually get a huge connection on those skirmishers? That's the big question right there. But Kaiserklein, you know, Spider Sense is gonna pull back. It's like, it's bizarre. My opponent is suddenly confident. What's going on? And yeah, there is something going on. That's the 5 CHAMPIs, and it's not gonna be a big pop on top of his army at least.
Well, I think Julian wanted to lure those cavalry in, right? He had those Falconets in such a good position. He had them hidden, wedged between the barracks and the coin mine. And so if Kaiserklein had committed there, he would have lost a ton of his units. And I don't know if he would have actually been able to get at those cannons. So getting counter infantry rifling now, getting the upgrades. And I think we have a Kolv coming up the map as well. So an excellent job by Kaiser, not overcommitting, not being too hasty, just responding the proper way.
What is Kaiser, is he training some Falconets or some artillery at this point? I don't think so. I think he's just keeping it simple, you know, cuirassiers, skirmisher, some goon in order to deal with the CHAMPIs, and that's it. So, like...
and I was wrong. That is not a Culverin. That is a Falconet. Okay, so that's actually going to be far less helpful for Kaiserklein here. If that had been a Kolv, he basically could have kept those artillery at bay. Double arsenal.
Yeah, that's a mistake right there. However, he's gonna finally go for the artillery foundry. I believe he has been misclicking and building, you know, a second, how is it called, arsenal instead of the foundry. So the foundry is finally up. What is he gonna get with this foundry? He needs to get culverins, as you said. Yes, there you go. Culverins, 2 culverins right there would be a game changer, really. But careful, JulianK, he has the eco behind this, he can train his own culverin. Hey, mate, I swear I am not behind JulianK desk at this point. But like that's textbook. Like those guys play so freaking well, it's insane.
You know, there is something. I'm looking at the mini map here, and I don't think there's cause for alarm yet. But look at the amount of resources left on the water. I think there are very few fish actually left. I think it's just down to whales. There's a couple of fish left, but there have been so many fishing boats that they've eaten through all of these resources. And once all of those fish are gone, there's going to be a lot of boats that are basically useless. So I don't know, this fishing economy, it may be starting to run its course. And now infantry attack coming in from Kaiser. He's got more map control. I would argue that he's got the better composition at this point. France is looking pretty good.
I agree. And one thing also is the map control. We can see how many con mines both of them are actually controlling. We can see that those 2 con mines, they are not accessible for JulianK. He has only 2 at the back of his base. Look at the amount of coin mines that Kaiserklein has access to. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 coin mines accessible for Kaiserklein, 2 on the side of JulianK. Remember that Ottoman is one of the most coin-heavy thieves. So sure, he has the water. That's going to be 20 villagers that are constantly basically on coin. But is that going to be enough to sustain like double batches, for example, of Abuscans, plus potentially cav archers later in the game? I'm not sure.
How do, I'm curious, how do Kolvs do against Abuscans? Because aren't Abuscans technically siege artillery?
Oh,
that's Spahi raid.
Yeah. He's gonna get two CDVs, I believe, for his trouble. If he just goes idle, he's gonna regen on top of that, which is crazy. But yeah, he's gonna take the TC though for his trouble right there. Lose 2 CBs, getting a TC. I'm not sure that's a bad trade actually. So pretty nicely played here by Kaiserklein.
By both players. These are upgraded skirms. They're actually going to do fairly well against these Abuscans. 1 Kolv going down. There are still 3 Falconets in the back for Ottoman. So many Dragoons, so many Curs.
Wait, he's not gonna get the TC, and now there are 2 more curves coming. Kaiserklein needs to go back really quickly. He needs to abandon his siege right there because he's gonna lose it anyway to those culverins, and he needs to go back because JulianK, if he dies into this fight, there is way too much artillery for those skirmishers to survive. Sure, there are a lot. Actually, there are a lot of cuirassiers, so maybe that fight isn't completely lost for Kaiserklein, but I wouldn't risk it at this point.
No, I don't think there are enough
if I was
skirmishers to deal with this Ottoman mass here.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, that was such good micro there from Julian. I mean, he picked off, I think it was like 3 Culves and a Falconet basically for free. I don't think he lost a single artillery piece. He did lose 1 Spahi from that raid, but yeah, those are the kinds of engagements he needs. But I'm still worried the clock is ticking for this water eco. And yes, he'll be able to gather some coin, but I think he is officially out of fish at this point. So he'll have to start establishing some map control on land if he wants to keep up this production.
Exactly, he's gonna have to have access to a hunt or two. That's one hunt. Like, I have to say one thing is that JulianK, like, he moves, you know, just before he needs the res. You see what I mean? Like, he's not controlling the map just to control the map. He moves as he needs the res, and he brings his villager behind his push, basically, which is like textbook how you should use your army in a strategy game. You know, it's like you use your army in order to access access resources, basically.
Kanoki, look what's coming for JulianK. The Mamelukes have almost arrived. On top of the 2 or 3 Spahi that are still alive, that is going to be so much tankability. It's going to be able to tank so much of the Dragoon and the Skirmisher fire. And this artillery train is going to be very difficult to deal with, right? He is going to be outnumbered in the Cold department. There's a 1-for-1 trade, going to be fairly even there, but there are still more Colds for Julian. He's going to get a pick off with these skirms. Yes, he is. But both Colds going down for Kaiser, and artillery micro is definitely in Julian's favor so far.
Like, just more mass on the side of JulianK with excellent micro. We could see the split fire right there to make sure he gets both of the culverin right there instead of just clicking all of his culverin on one that was low on the other side. So very, very nicely played by him right now. And at this point, I don't see how Kaiserklein is gonna find a way. Like, he's trying to train more culverins, so 3 more culverins coming behind this. Is that gonna be enough though?
Oh my god, did you see that skirmisher volley? Barely tickled that Mameluke. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Avis guns, there's such a wall of them now, and those veteran Janissaries are going to keep any of the cavalry from getting in. 3 more Colves coming out from Kaiser, and let's see if he wins, okay? 3rd time's a charm here.
I mean, that's a very bad unpacking. If he unpacks there, that's the thing. He needs to unpack in a good position in order to get the culverins. He has 3 versus 2, but he needs to make sure those culverins don't bunch up like they are doing right now. Because that's the way, you know, you lose 2 culverins for 1 in a very, very bad exchange. We can see the cavalry here committing straight into the army. Cuirassiers are going forward. They are trying to clean the cavalry. 1 culverin going down. The 2nd culverin is going to go down. But the Abuscans are moving forward in order to deny those culverin from dealing with the falconets. We can see all of the skirmishers. They are busy on the Abuscans, while the cuirassiers, they are still trying to dive in. But that's way too many Janissaries at this point.
Oh, and now the Mamluks getting in on the skirms, and Kaiserklein resigns. Game 2 going to Julian, now up 2-0, winning against Kaiserklein's top 2 civilizations with Ottoman and Brit. Wow, what a game.
And you know, like, as I was saying yesterday, it's kind of it's like in tennis, you know, there are matches that you are not supposed to win. Kaiserklein was counter-picking this game, and he lost. So that's a very bad sign for the rest of the series. I'm not gonna lie. So let's hope that Kaiserklein proves us wrong and goes really, really ham at that point, because JulianK, you know, he took the powder, you know, the powder that you put on baby butts, you know, he put some on his hand and pop, there you go. That's what he did right there. He said to Kaiserklein, sit down, mate.
What are you talking about?
But yeah. I mean, that's what he's doing right there. So that's quite amazing, I have to say. But Kaiserklein, I hope he's gonna show more in the next game. I mean,
that was quite the analogy, Kanoki. Oh my goodness. But yes, 2-0 in Julian's favor. You know, something I want to point out is that whenever I watch Kaiserklein, it seems more that he counterpicks based on what he likes more than what is going to counter his opponent. So I almost wonder if he was going to go either France or Germany regardless. you know, Kaiser's just very comfortable with the civs he likes, and he doesn't really care what the other civ is. He's going to play him anyways. But now we're going into game 3. He's used his two, I think, most famous civilizations.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what he goes with there, and we'll see if.
Hey, I am glad that analogy was made in front of 500 people. Like, thank you guys for joining us. That's insane right there. We are gonna dive very soon into the third game as soon as it starts. But as you were saying, Mr. V, it's gonna be really hard for Kaiserklein at that point to come back. Both of his main squeeze are out. JulianK, what is he gonna play next? You know, he's free to pick whatever he wants.
No, he's not going Spain. Okay, he's going to go with. Oh my gosh, so we're going to be seeing Russia being played by Julian versus Brits from Kaiserklein on Painted Desert, one of the lowest hunt maps in the competitive pool. And this is going to be a really interesting fight. I think oh boy, I don't know what to make of this. I'm gonna wait to dive into the game and get your thoughts, Kanoki.
Yeah, once again, it's a non-TP map, so that's why we see Russia being picked here, and Russia has been picked as a counter to Brit. So better bet that JulianK is very confident going into this, like very confident. I believe there is some livestock on this map, if I'm not mistaken. So and some natives, but yeah, both of these civs don't really like natives, so I'm not sure we're gonna see that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into the intro and let's get into game 3.
Painted Desert is a lonely open range with scattered mesas and rich ore deposits. Hunting is plentiful, but wood is a little scarcer than normal. Lost cows can also be found wandering among the mesas. A string of 4 Apache and Navajo villages divides the map into 2 symmetrical halves.
Ladies and gentlemen, get those baby powder bottles ready. We are in game 3 of the ESOC Autumn Championship Grand Finals. Julian versus Kaiserklein. Let's jump right into the civ intros on Painted Desert in the top of the map, playing in the color cyan or teal, whatever you want to call it. Playing as Russia, we have JulianK, who is currently up 2-0 in this best of 9 series. And in the bottom of the map, playing in the color blue as the Brits, we have Kaiserklein. Interesting map, interesting matchup. Kanoki, let's get your thoughts.
Yeah, interesting matchup. JulianK counter picking on this map. As you were saying, it's a map with low hunts near the base. You have to herd a lot. However, those hunts are bison, so like those are some of the most forgiving hunts in a way. Some of the easiest one to herd. So that could be a good thing actually for Kaiserklein. Is Kaiserklein going to be able to slow the game down like JulianK did in the first game, in the first Germany versus Britain matchup? We will see. But that's what I'm expecting from Kaiserklein in this game.
Yeah, and there are livestock on this map, as you mentioned previously, and we'll see. You know, both players only have 1 scout, so there is no distinct advantage there. We'll see how aggressive Julian goes. If he just plays this as very standard Russia, opens with 5 Cossack, and then maybe goes 10 Strelette, or maybe even 5 Rusket. And we'll have to see what Kaiserklein does in response. I've never seen Kaiser do anything crazy with Brit. I've never seen the GMT out of him, but maybe I just haven't been watching the right games. But hopefully we can get a look at his deck here, MFD. Oh, we got Virginia Company as well, but otherwise a pretty standard Brit deck.
Virginia Company, the big difference compared to the first game is that since there are no TPs on this map, you cannot get Virginia as fast, so your mana boom can be a little bit delayed compared to the first game that we saw. However, if you can find a good XP treasure like JulianK just did, it could be a way for him to get it faster, basically. JulianK very lucky with the treasure right there, getting a wood treasure on top of that. That's really gonna help him in the transition in order to get that blockhouse a little bit quicker. So really nicely played there by JulianK, while Kaiserklein is wondering in the desert looking for some treasure, but I think the explorer for JulianK just circled around here this way and took everything in one clean sweep. So there is not a lot here for Kaiserklein. All of the villagers switching onto wood. The Virginia Company boom is starting.
Yeah, excellent point made by, shout out to the Soul 5000. Yes. He mentions that, you know, just like Julian did in game one, the use of walls from Kaiser here is going to be, I think, really important, especially if Julian goes with early pressure. If he goes with 5 Cossack, maybe even some Strele, you know, utilizing the walls and especially maybe a batch of longbows, maybe some pikes as well, he could hold off that pressure while taking very little damage.
Yeah, that's going to... Oh, 220 injured indeed on the side of Kaiserklein. I don't know how does he do it, you know? How does he keep getting away with it? Like, he finds the food treasures, you know? That's the Kaiserklein magic right there. But the Virginia Company boom is not going with Virginia Company, actually. So, as we said, there is no TP here, so it's harder to squeeze, you know, that shipment in the transition before you can send the 700 wood, etc., etc. Into the colonial age right there. So forward blockhouse being sieged down already by the explorer. That's always nice, you know, to get that early damage. Might force a repair. Might be actually a big thing, you know, when those musketeers are gonna try to push out. We can see that it is once again edging up with the tower. I can't remember the name of the edge-up. Yeah, that's the governor. Yeah, that's the one with the tower and the coin. He's gonna make sure to kill the explorer right there. Nicely played. That's gonna be a little bit of XP, you know, on a map with no TP. You never say no. But the question is, what is gonna come behind this, though?
Yeah, I gotta say here, Kanoki, it feels like Kaiser has turned up the focus and he's turned up the crispness of his build just even more from games 1 and 2. Just doing a really clean age 1, an excellent age up time. And he's just doing all of the right things. He scouted the forward, you know, blockhouse. He got the explorer. So looking really good for Brit right now.
Have you seen what JulianK just did
What'd he
next
do?
to his blockhouse? He's laming the freaking hunt.
Oh.
He's laming the hunt. That's insane. You know, like that's what I mean by this guy. He does all the small things, you know, that makes it so annoying to play against you. Like first game we saw it, we see it again, but that's gonna be a big batch of SR that are gonna come out. It hasn't been scouted, so it's gonna be very surprise, basically for JulianK right there. Is he gonna commit though with those 5 musketeers? Doesn't look like it. Same with those Cossacks. He's not looking to commit, and that's 3 SR that are being trained first. And maybe behind this we're gonna see a batch of 5 SRs. Gonna be scouted though, I believe. Wait, yes, he sees them. He sees them, and he needs to run.
Oh, he's gonna catch him.
Yeah, he's gonna catch them, and he needs to split. He needs to sacrifice one
Oh, he
Hussar
got
right
away.
there.
Oh, I keep thinking he's gonna. I think he might
Did
get
he?
away here. Might lose 1 Hussar. He's definitely got 2 of them away, leading him right to his stable. But none are gonna be popping out soon. Gets 1 Hussar. He might get both here. Gonna try to trap him by this plateau. No, there's a little bit of a nook he can get around.
You know, they did a little bit of a regime. They are not too thick, you know, they can go in between the cliffs, but we can see at the same time we have some musketeer pushing at the front, and that SR investment is not paying off at all at the moment, because just not enough mass, you know, to deal with those musketeers, to deal with those Cossack shows. They have been running around, but they have not dealt any damage at this point, and we can see that the Cossacks and the musketeer, they are finding damage in that pit.
Kaiserklein resigns. At the 6-minute 17 mark, he lost 3 vills there. I was counting during the raid. What happened? Is Kaiserklein, is he rage quitting now? What's going on?
Remember how we said he needs to slow the game down, and he decided to go for SR, which are basically the exact opposite?
Oh man.
I'm gonna try to do a Lionheart impression, you know. But yeah, that's a rough one. Third one. I'm not gonna make the analogy again, but you know what I'm feeling.
He's
You
got
know
the
what I'm
baby
feeling
powder.
right now.
Julian's
Yeah,
got
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm running out
of
baguette.
Man,
I need more baguette.
that was see. Usually, I always recommend. I advocate for the Cav start against Russia, but I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was that initial catch of the 3 Hussars, losing that Hussar, but man, it looked so crisp for Kaiser, especially in Age 1, and then Age 2, I mean, he did lose 3 Vils there, but Kanoki, was he out of that game? Had he lost for sure, or was that a premature GG?
One of the big thing I would say is that his herd was in front of STC and not back of STC, and we can see that the herd at the bottom was a bit away from the TC as well. So that could have been a big thing here because his entire eco was basically exposed to that mass that was superior. Like as soon as you lose 2 SRs, you know, like it's basically done. You lost 2 SRs for free. Like the mass from Russia is gonna keep growing basically, and now that it is bigger than yours, there is no way you can really come back from this game.
I'm running out of baguettes. I need more baguettes.
But by the way, one thing, guys, that I really want to point out, it's not Kaiserklein playing poorly. It's JulianK playing extremely well right there overall for the first 3 games. Like really, I really hope Kaiserklein is gonna turn it around somehow. But JulianK is looking top notch tonight. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to answer Soul's question in the chat, there is, if I got my rules right, there is no Civ reset. So you will not be seeing any more Brit from Julian. You'll be seeing no more Germany from Kaiser. Once you play a Civ, win or lose, that Civ is done. And it looks for Game 4, we're going to be seeing a Lakota mirror. And boy, if there was ever a game for Kaiser to win, I think it needs to be this one.
It has to be. It has to be Mexico, which is an ATP map. Lakota Mirror, it's expected on Mexico because nothing else can beat Lakota on Mexico almost. At least it seems. We've seen some tries with Spain, but Spain got absolutely spanked here by Lakota. So I'm not surprised that we are seeing that mirror right there.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm getting some word from MFD. Say that again, man. So we have just, not that this gives any indication of the game, but we did take a look at the levels of their home cities, and Julian has a level 79 Lakota home city. Not bad, not bad. And Kaiserklein's level is 19. So I think that gives us an indication of who's played more Lakota. But hey, Kaiserklein, an insanely good player. We could see him pull out a victory here.
We'll see, we'll see. Are we ready?
All right, salutations once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is Game 4 of the ESOC Autumn Championship Grand Finals. It is JulianK versus Kaiserklein on Mexico. We have a Lakota mirror featuring the worst scout in the game, so broken, so lame. But in the top of the map, in the color red, playing as Lakota, we have Kaiserklein, who is currently down 3-0. He needs this win to stay alive. And in the bottom of the map, playing in the color teal or cyan or whatever you want to call it, is JulianK, also playing Lakota. And looking for that 4th win, which would mean he would just need one more to take the championship and the $400 first place prize pool. Kanoki, what are your thoughts on a Lakota mirror on Mexico?
Very, very logical. I would say, as we were saying in the intro, there is pretty much nothing that can beat Lakota on this map. At least it seems in the tournament up until now. Already we can see big deviation though between the 2 players. Kaiserklein is going for that early TP, while JulianK went for the market. So we are going to see more XP on the side of Kaiserklein, more eco on the side of JulianK. Also a good wood treasure for Kaiserklein in the early game, while JulianK he got the wolf right there. So the coyote is going to get taken out by the explorer, and I believe after that he's going to run out. Yeah, there you go. Going to try to get the snare and run out. As a result, is he going to be able to? Yes, he's going to be able to. That's quite critical right there, that he can go out with his explorer in order to not take too much damage. Also for his opponent not to have free reign over the entire map. in the early game, you know, get all of the treasure and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see what each player decides to go for. I think we're going to be seeing similar age ones, though, interestingly enough, Julian not yet going for a TP here. Still has not built one. Going with a market start. Okay, interesting. I mean, is that normal? Is that kind of like France where either one works, or is that a little bit out of the box? I don't play a lot of Lakota, so I don't know.
I think it's. Is it normal? Is it normal? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Apparently, it's normal. I would have said I have not seen. I have seen some TP. You get the TP and the market, I believe. But here we see only the markets. So that's. Oh, here is the TP. Sorry, my bad. So here is the TP. I just couldn't see it. You know, I'm blind. Legally blind, as some would say. On this side, though, Kaiser.
Getting too much of that baby powder in your eyes. You got to slow
Yeah,
down.
exactly. That's what it is. Or too much baguette powder, you know. The how is it called? I can't remember the name. In the flour. Yeah, the flour. But yeah. Still good treasure by Kaiserklein, though. He's still finding those food treasures, you know. So he's gonna age up likely earlier than his opponent. Is that true? Wait. Julian already aging. So Kaiserklein is behind on the edge up. That's the first time in the series. Wait. No, maybe he's edging fast with the messenger. So Kaiserklein is gonna edge up first. He's clearly going for the stagecoach play, while his opponent is going for a more greedy approach. I have to say, I really like the stagecoach play here by Kaiserklein. Stagecoach, a TP though being taken by JulianK right there.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately two Axe Riders.
It's difficult to tell who's who. These mirrors can get just so confusing, but that is such a forward war hut being placed down by Kaiserklein. And I love how he's placing it right in front of that TP of Julian's.
Yeah.
It's going to make it really easy for him to get out some club warriors and possibly siege that down and immediately take it, and then also have the war hut there to defend against any sort of retake.
Fully agree. However, one thing is those Axe Riders, they're gonna pop at the back and not at the front right there, which is a big, yeah, there you go. So that's gonna be a big delay. You can see they're gonna lose like 20 seconds in order to arrive to the front. And that's a bit sad because, you know, that's his entire advantage of edging up first. That is basically going out the window right there. Also not claiming the hunt the best way he could have in order to bring it back completely. But those four Axe Riders, there you go. They are coming. They have been seen though by the TP. Can he get the Explorer? Can he get a kill on the Villager or something before the Axe Rider come from his opponent? We can see that he's trying to get the... No.
Gonna
He's
lose his
gonna
own
lose his Warchief.
Explorer. Yeah, the TC fire was just too much there. And now Julian possibly pushing out a little bit too far.
Yeah, we can see some Seaton Bowman already coming out. So he's gonna clean the Warchief right there. Is the Warchief going down? That's the big thing right there. No, the Warchief is not going down. He's not focusing it at this point. Sure, there are Axe Riders. He's trying to focus the Axe Rider, but that's...
Oh my god, the micro from Julian, sending one Axe Rider to deal with the Bowman. Gonna take out all three of them. More C10 bows coming in, but there are still two Axe Riders alive, and Kaiserklein resigns again! Oh my god, 5-19. It is 4-0 in favor of Julian. I cannot believe it. Kaiserklein, he's on a short leash right now, and two sub 8-minute resigns in a row. Kanoki, what is happening?
I don't know, because it's not that late in France. I mean, it's 8:30 in the evening. I can understand that you want to go to bed early, but mate, damn! Like Kaiserklein is basically going for the most all-in strategies, and you know, like, once again, I don't want to make this sound bad, but what is happening? I think I'm trying to place myself into the head of Kaiserklein. That guy JulianK is really good. I need to do something weird. I need to do something fancy. I need to be extremely aggressive in order to throw him off of his game plan. And I think that's what Kaiserklein is trying to do, and it is just not working. Like, that's it. It is just not working. And at that point, Kaiserklein is having a really rough time trying to find openings in this entire series.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to think, to be honest, but you know, Julian, just to point out, like, Julian is playing this so well, right? I mean, especially game 1 and game 2. I think game 1 was probably his best performance with that walling and that pike play. And I don't know, ever since losing that France auto game, I just don't know if Kaiserklein has been able to recover here. And, just getting frustrated early 2 times in a row, now he's got a big hole to dig himself out of, excuse me. But, I mean, I don't know. I've seen comebacks before, but this certainly would be a miracle.
Yeah, and as Harrison is saying in the chat, like, guys, sure, Kaiserklein is taking a beating right there, but as I was explaining, I really think he's going for those strategies because JulianK is playing extremely well, and he's trying to find a way to basically come out, to basically find an opening into JulianK armor, and he's just not finding it. It's not that he's throwing games, it's that he's trying to find a way, and he's not finding it because JulianK is just extremely solid right there. So as Harrison was saying, give Kaiser the respect he deserves. Sure, I made a little joke earlier, but Kaiserklein is not playing this bad. He's just trying to find the opening, and he cannot. Like that's what is happening right there. We'll see.
Right,
Will we have a comeback? The comeback of the century, though. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
finger crossed.
Yeah. Certainly, and Kaiserklein, you do have to remember he did win the what was it, the 2023 Winter Championships. So he's won tournaments before, but at this high of a level, the openings to make mistakes are so small. We're talking in terms of seconds, and so making just one small misclick with micro could cost you an entire game. And Kaiserklein, I guess, deciding that the mistakes he's making at the beginning of the game are just too much to come back from. And, I would argue with that C-Tan bow, he was going to lose a lot of those C-Tans early, and because he had gone with the fast age up, he had kind of lost all of his early momentum, and eventually I think the economy of Julian and just the superior units would have won him the game. So perhaps not totally out of it yet, but maybe not the worst call by Kaiser to GG that game.
I mean, I think it was pretty much over at that point because he just expended 2 military shipments for basically 0 damage. Quite the opposite, actually. He got cleaned up. Really, the big thing, guys, we were talking about, slight mistakes, but he shipped his 4-axe rider just 5 seconds too early. They cannot be shipped to the forward warrant. That's like 15 seconds that he loses on his timing. So that's 15 seconds that in which his opponent is not idle. And 15 seconds not idle, that's a lot. That's really, really a lot right there. And on top of that, his Explorer Micro a little bit sloppy, so he loses his Explorer. It goes from bad to worse basically at that point because you are still thinking about the previous mistakes. So you're like, come on, and there you go. That's how you lose matches. Especially in tournaments. I know that Kaiserklein is no rookie. He knows how to deal with the pressure, but even then, you can still do more mistakes because you are under pressure. It's a tournament, so even if it's not your first, you are still under a little bit of pressure,
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is normal.
Yeah, and I think we're still waiting on the Civ calls for Game 5, and we'll see. Kaiserklein certainly could make a comeback. Would love to see him win a few games here and definitely try to tighten up this series. But we'll have to see. Possibly taking a break, maybe trying to get up, stretch a little bit, get something to drink. I know I'm getting thirsty, Kanoki. I need water.
Hey, that's why I got my how to say that? I have some fuel ready next to me basically. Manchuria is gonna be the next map. I believe that's the one with water on both sides. Or no, that's Baja California, if I'm correct. Or Malaysia, yeah. Let me check Manchuria. Oh, yes. Yeah. Really cool map. That can spawn in 2 different waves with a contested TP line or 2 safe TP line, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, really cool map.
I would love to see Spain from Julian here. He's played it every single series so far, and it would be a decent civ on this map. And because Kaiserklein is so inclined to playing, classic European civs, I don't know if he could get really easily countered. And I mean, Kaiserklein has already played a lot of his best civs, so what does he pull out here? Does he try to, does he try to play Dutch? It's not going to be any good against Spain. So, Kaiserklein has the counter pick. What does he go with?
I think India will be insane on this map because you have the livestock, you have some water. Agra Fort in the middle of the map can be like deter any early aggression basically, because because of the water is a bit like the pathway is more narrow, so the Agra Fort is going to be very very good here. Yeah, India could be a very very good pick on this map. As you said, Spain could also be pretty good. No problem with that. Portuguese as well, because there is some water. We might see some Portuguese, but I'm really waiting on India. If JulianK knows how to play India, I think that's going to be the pick here. I would be surprised to see Japan, but maybe Japan. It's not a bad map for Japan, but it's not an exceptional one. So yeah, my goal would be India, but maybe I'm delusional right there and I'm mistaken, but we will see. Oh,
MFD going with Haudenosaunee. I mean, that certainly could work. And I mean, Haudenosaunee can put on an insane amount of pressure. They do have a good economy. They've got good Fortress Age units. They're a pretty complete package. And I mean, we've definitely seen Kaiser play those before and play them well. So
yeah,
we'll have to see. We're still waiting on those Civ picks. Definitely want to take your time with this one. Want to make sure that you get the best matchup possible, especially if you're Kaiser.
Yeah. Haudenosaunee, once again, on water map, always a good pick. They can basically water boom for free, which is something no other Civ can do. When it comes to tempo, I mean by free, it doesn't cost them any tempo. So that could be really interesting. It costs them some tempo when they have to go into Castle Edge as a transition, because the transition is with a slow edge up. But still, very very good pick. That could be a pick indeed. On top of that, there are no waves on this map, but that's not something that I should care about.
Oh, we have the matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see these civs. What is it going to be?
Drum roll, guys. Drum roll. Damn.
The tension's building.
We have a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we're going to have to keep the bets rolling. I'm really hoping for a comeback by Kaiserklein here. At least winning 1 or 2 games. We're gonna see. I hardly see him doing a 5-0 after what we saw. But hey, who knows? Kaiserklein, that's your moment. We trust in you. Come on, brother. As French people, we have to to get together and make sure that we
can. Saying, A's just putting in the chat that he would 6-0 Julian.
Hey, he just needs to 5-0 him. That's the thing, not 6-0.
Yeah. Well, he'd throw one more on just for good sportsmanship, just for good measure.
And guys, I believe the game is gonna get ready really soon. This is literally it's quite a big.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we do have the recorded game. That's what we're going to be watching for Game 5.
Okay. So let's wait for that Game 5 to get loaded in.
Oh, I called it!
Spanish mirror.
Damn! Called it. Knew it. I knew Julian would not go a series without playing Spain. There's no way.
And Kaiserklein, he agrees to, like, it's like when you take the gloves off, you get your sleeves at the back and you're like, yeah, let's go. That's what you agree to do when you go into a second mirror like this. It's like you want to play rough, we're gonna play rough, So I hope Kaiserklein is gonna be able to get some scratch onto Julian at this point. As we said, Spanish mirror, we're gonna see the dogs. The dogs are gonna be out, guys. Get ready.
We'll have to see.
Syria's open land separates China from Russia. Although the region is dry and barren, its position along the coast presents interesting opportunities for an economy based on fishing and trade. Yaks are also found here and should be actively contested by the players. The trade route can be found either behind the players' bases or along the mountains in the west.
Oh no.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the biggest blue ball I have ever seen in ESOC history. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have an out of sync. Don't worry, we're getting it fixed as soon as possible. But just think about the sultry map intro from the one, the myth, the legend, MFD, running our production right now.
Come on, we have to believe in MFD, guys, please give some energy to MFD. Pray for MFD,
Man.
please. We want to see those prayers in the chat. Please, guys, come on.
What are you talking about, Kanoki? That was all planned, okay? You guys thought we were going to give you the possible last game that easily? No, we got
That
to
easily?
a little bit.
Nah. You're
But
gonna have to work for it, guys, in the chat. Come on.
465 people. That's absolutely insane. I think we were at the 500 mark there earlier. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you. It's so good to see just how big of a draw the finals can still have. And yeah, I mean, we've seen some really good play from both Julian and Kaiser, and I mean, especially games 1 and 2, just absolutely epic games. And I mean, the series before, right? A's versus Ezad. Also an incredible series.
Harrison is already asking for a replay, by the way, Kappa. So let's hope we don't have to go there. But that would be very anticlimactic if that was the case. But yeah, we can hear MFD trying his hardest right there. You know the meme in which the guy is sweating into the machinery to make, like that's MFD right now, you know. He's doing his hardest. Come on, mate. You can do it. We believe.
I mean, he is probably one of the best production guys we have. So we have the best behind the scenes. So I mean, we can't ask for better. But yeah, I mean, this whole tournament has been really interesting. We've had some series that honestly left me really shocked. What was that series? Was it you and I casted the game 7 where Aizamk won with that amazing China game? Or was that with someone else? That might have been with someone else.
It was with someone else, because I remember a very long game, but the last game was India and not Chinese.
Oh,
so...
that's right. It might have been it was Aizamk versus, I don't know. That's been the highlight of the tournament for me. That was a crazy series, and I didn't get to catch the Aizamk versus Kaiser one last week, but I heard that was an amazing series as well. Went to 7 games, right?
Yeah. It was Friday. It was just Friday, and
it was on Friday. That's right. Interestingly enough, these guys have had the same record coming into this series. They both had, I think it was 12 wins and 4 losses, but it was just in different like distributions. I think Julian, it was either versus Ezad or someone else. He lost the first 2 games, and it looked a little bit dicey, and then he came back and won 4 in a row. So, I mean, both players have kind of been put on the ropes a couple of times. Just goes to show there's a lot of players in this tournament that could have potentially been in this finals.
Yep, indeed. MFD, what is the status? Are we... Oof, that's a... Whoa! Damn. So, guys, so the status is bad, guys, because we have an OS, so we cannot get the game back. So I don't know what happened in that case. Do we have to replay the match? Does the match still...
Oh my goodness.
Damn,
well,
guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally happened. We do have a winner. Taking it in just 5 games is JulianK. We're getting word now that he did win the Spanish Mirror. Both players have conceded the series. Julian takes first place and the $400 that goes with it. Meanwhile, Kaiser taking the $200 and second place. Kanoki, thoughts on the series?
I mean, a bit short for sure, but very, very interesting first 2 games for sure. And after that, as we said, Kaiserklein trying things, but JulianK too solid, you know, like too good. His foundations, his bases was too good basically, and Kaiserklein couldn't find a little opening in the armor of JulianK right there, and completely deserved by JulianK. I have to say those first 2 games were absolutely awesome by him. Taking back-to-back both of the main squeeze of Kaiserklein. Yeah, very impressive here by JulianK. Really, really
Absolutely.
impressive series.
Yeah, and just pointing out, MFD apologizing in the chat, absolutely not the fault of MFD. I mean, MFD has been amazing on production. He's been here for both series today. Now, the thing I want to wonder is, are we going to be able, is there a chance to get JulianK in for a short little post-series interview? I don't know if that's on the docket or if that's on the schedule, but if it's possible, I'd love to get his thoughts, especially on games 1 and 2, and just go through his thought process there. We'll have to look and see. But yeah, certainly very well played by Julian, and just a good tournament overall, right? Gets to round of 16, sweeps, wins 4-2, wins 4-2 again, and then winning 5-0 in the finals. Just really good overall.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. We're going to get Julian in, ask him some questions, just get his thoughts on that victory. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Maybe we can even check the chat, see what kind of questions you guys want to ask him. I know I certainly don't want it to just, be me. I'm sure Kanoki has some inquiries he wants to make.
Yeah, sure. Guys, if you want to ask JulianK if he's available for marriage or something like this, make sure to get your gifted subs ready in the chat. Your donations. There you go. So we can transfer that to Julian, right? That's the plan. And here we go. We have JulianK in the chat.
Welcome, man. Congratulations on your win. That was absolutely incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, a little unexpected, I guess.
So if I can open up with the first question, because to me, this was the highlight of the entire series. What was going through your head when you saw that giant, massive Ulans come and you were putting up all of those walls? Was that something you were expecting, or was that just kind of muscle memory, kind of off-the-cuff draw, just had to react to the situation?
Well, I did know he was going to pressure that early, but I kind of screwed up my age up. I aged with the tower. Normally when I go for the Virginia company, I'd want it to be food, so I had a bit of a rough age too, and I figured Kaiser doesn't really like walls, and walls do good against calves, so we may use a 2-in-1 and use it to buy me some time while I'm still aging.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing hold there with the pikes, and there was just that one gap that he was trying to get through. And some people in the chat were saying that as well, how I think the walls kind of maybe caught Kaiser off guard and maybe kind of threw him off of his game a little bit. But Kanoki, what did you want to ask? Handed it over to you.
I wanted to ask about the second game, Ottoman versus French. Like, going for that double dock right there. Was Kaiserklein ever really threatening you in that game, or did you feel like you were in control during the entire game, going for that water book?
I was comfortable most of the time. I knew the build was really good. I was a little slow, I think, on the massing because I expected more pressure from him early on, so I shipped 8 Janissaries, which was a bit unnecessary. And he took like a good fight at my docks because I underestimated my XP curve. I was a little slower than I wanted to be. And he almost got my Abus. I just popped them in the boat like last second. I think if those Abus had died, I probably would have been the loser.
I agree.
But then when the game just went on and I saw my score just catching up and I knew I had all to see and I knew I was fine. My units, Ottoman units scale really well with the combat cards, and well, when I saw that he was making 4 Corvorants, I was pretty confident I'd take that, yeah.
I want to ask you about game 3 as well, because, Kanoki and I, obviously not on you or Kaiser's level. I consider myself kind of a noob, so when I'm trying to make these calls, it's possible that I'm, not hitting it right at all. So I kind of want to ask you, as the winner and as a pro player yourself, why do you think Kaiser decided to end that game 3 so early? Was there something you did in that rush that just made it impossible for him to come back, or was it a bit premature on his part?
I think the game was probably over, maybe a little premature, but he was completely mismacroed. I killed like a villain too, and I caught his units. So what he did was he TC fired my explorer when I got in his base and denied me to see what building he would open, which sort of forced me to open with Musk, because if he had a Sable, which he actually did after all, and I had Strelts, I would be the loser of their game. Well, if I have Musk and he has Longbow, I can still sort of play on. But then instead of using his power, like he killed my Explorer, he could have opened racks and I had to go Musk. He actually still went for the stable. And then got sort of unlucky that I caught him. I had no idea the Hus were there. I just wanted to attack from an angle where the tower wouldn't shoot. And yeah, losing one of your Hus in a batch of 3 is just game losing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But my question was, like, I was very surprised by the SR opening right there. I would have thought he would have gone into more infantry right there. And can I mirror what you did in the first game against East Germany?
Yes.
Like, what is your thought on that?
The idea is that if I scout the barracks, I know he has no cavalry shipment, and that sort of allows me to either start 23 Strelets, 10 and train 10 and ship 13, which kind of leaves him with a completely idle economy, or even just 10 Strelet and 5 Cossack, and it's a pain in the ass for him to defend. So cavalry, you might think, is the safer way. I think it's worse. I think infantry is the only thing that can win you the game. But yeah, you see a lot of civs that, like France, would try to open with cav typically just to avoid getting idled by Strelets. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, it's a matter of trying to win the game rather than not lose it, basically.
Yes.
If I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. So, like, that's one of the things that we were trying to say during the entire cast. Like, Kaiserklein tried to find openings, trying to poke at your armor, basically. But every time you just shut it down. Like, that's really how it felt from the outside. And yeah, once again, he tried to win the game basically by going for cav, and you just found the cav. So that's it. Game is lost because he went for the all-in strategy. So yeah, very, very impressive games. I have to say, I am still amazed by your first game as Brit, and knowing that you fucked up your job basically, I am even more amazed, because I have to say, it doesn't take a lot, quote unquote, to get those manners, get those fuel, etc. But the timing at which you did it, which is exactly the last moment before your villagers are in danger, constantly getting your hunt secured with some walls, with your army, etc. Clean, like extremely clean. I hope you're proud of this game, because for me, to me, it's like a true display of skill right there. It was an amazing game, really, and thank you for that one.
Ironically, I think that game was won when I raided on the far side. Even though the raid, I don't think killed much, I think he distracted him in the wrong moment, because my longbows shortly after caught his 8 skirm reinforcements off guard, and I think I killed at least 5 skirm for free, and I think that's when I knew. We're fine. I'm about to have to move up on the map anyway, so I just decided to do the typical French thing and put all my army on top of my vills, so I would be able to vill pull if needed. I knew I was up in eco, I just had to somehow hold the fights. The coin mines on the map are pretty bad. I knew where he would be, and I think I got like a couple good raids in at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And speaking of getting a couple of good fights, I just want to quick ask about game 4, because there wasn't a lot there. It was a really, really short game. I think about 5 minutes.
Yes.
And it all came down to that one fight where I don't know what was going on, but you were able to use the TC fire to take out his Explorer, and then at the same time, he kind of stopped attacking your Explorer right as it was about to die. And do you think that's what gave you the edge in that kind of Axe Rider fight, and then you were able to attack the C10 bows with your remaining Axe Riders?
Well, I think he just hasn't played Lakota in a while. When I saw him fast aging, I knew that I'd have the upper hand, because the fast age relies on doing damage with the shipments, since well, that's all you sort of have.
Yeah.
And I knew that an in-base warhead would give me an advantage because I also have a TP in base, so my units would always win a fight that is in my base. And yeah, so I knew I just have to kill the explorer so I can sort of outrun his cab if it was to run away. And then yeah, with the TC fight, it was double unlucky.
Yeah, that's one of the thing. Maybe Kaiserklein is not as experienced with Lakota, and one of the thing is like some matchup are vastly different from others. And what I mean by this is, as you were just pointing out, there is not only a TC, there is on top of that a ward, and there is on top of that a TP. And that's so many buffs for the defending Lakota player that basically the offensive Lakota player is gonna lose the fight no matter what.
I wanted, when you said my explorer almost died, the idea was to I wanted to keep snaring his axe riders even if I lose HP on the explorer, because I really wanted to catch them with my own axe. I knew that if I just catch them, it's over, and well, that kind of worked.
So the last game was kind of a disappointment. We weren't able to see it, but you know, with AoE 3, the out of sync is just something you can't really do much about. So I guess, can you give us kind of the quick version of what happened in Game 5?
Yeah, so we started, we both took an H1 TP, I think. Kaiser did a 12-10, I believe, like a really fast age up with a forward tower. I did a normal 15 vil up, so I was up a bit later, but I built a second TP in transition and also had my hunting dogs. He actually went for the 8 pikes in transition, and after killing he killed one of my TPs and then tried to come to my base, siege my Marcus. I just defended that with dogs. I killed his explorer in my base, and he then aged up with pikes as well and shipped lances first.
Yeah.
That's
okay,
fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Continue,
Oh, yeah,
JulianK, about the last game. Yeah.
Just to finish my rundown, yeah, I trained rods. So we had pikes against rods, and I actually shipped falconets first, and I popped at the wrong space actually. But yeah, I aged up with Ezad and somehow was able to still pick off his units in my base because pikes just are not great, and he resigned when I popped my 5 lances and sort of caught his army. Yeah. Like I caught his falconets, and then that was it.
And that's it. Yeah. I see.
It's not a long game, you missed.
Interesting.
Well, I guess
we're gonna have Kaiserklein here. How is that gonna work though? Because we are too many in the channel.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Thank you,
Well, while we're waiting for that, Julian, I do have one more question just from your end. So, you know, everybody gets asked this when they win a tournament, but you got $400 now. You're a rich man. What are you going to do with that money? You going to send it all to Lionheart or do something else with it?
Yeah, I'll probably spend it in Canada. I'm going tomorrow, flying tomorrow. See my girlfriend there.
That's awesome.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Hi.
Kaiser, welcome.
Hello, Kaiser.
Yeah, thanks.
Kanoki, you want to lead off?
Yeah, sure. How are you doing, Kaiser? Like, how do you feel about that series? Like, bit disappointed, or you feel like you played well but just didn't work, basically? Like, how do you feel about that entire series?
I don't know when the last time I really felt like I played well, honestly. But this series I definitely did not. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it's just like first 2 games were pretty close. I feel like I was actually ahead in boss games for like a while, at least in the French against Otto for sure. I get very good trades and killed Vils and shit. Braid against Germany, I feel like I just had an insane H1, so I was like kind of like just ahead because of that. But then I just like I should have maybe been more aggressive and forced the fight a bit earlier. And then there was that main fight where, you know, there's that elevation thing that makes it impossible to figure out the range of your units in the middle of this map, and I just like took a terrible fight there. And then next 3 games I was just tilted and I played shit. So I mean, games 3 I was just like, I looked away for a second and I was losing my horse and I was like, oh fuck this, and then I just kind of like tilted out and just lost 1 billion views and quit. And next 2 games, I honestly just wanted to like all in and get over with the series because I knew I wouldn't come back because I was too tilted, and also I already used France and Germany, so you know it's like I knew I would have to play like ports or something I haven't played in like 6 months, and I just couldn't be asked. So yeah.
Well, that's totally fair. And you know, one of the things that when you're watching the game, it's easy while you're in the chat or even while you're casting to kind of forget that emotions can run high, and especially when you feel like just things are not going your way, either due to the map or just due to the micro. Yeah, I mean it's certainly tough, but you know, those first 2 games, Kanoki and I were saying to ourselves a couple of times, you seem to be in a really, really strong position. And I guess when it comes back to that game 1, you know, at what point did you feel like you went from being ahead to maybe falling a little bit behind? Was it that last fight or was it earlier than that?
I mean, I was starting to lose some views, but I also did kill some views myself, so I think it was still like I maybe went from ahead to like it was close because I lost maybe a bit more views. But the last fight was really what cost me the game. I mean, I checked the graph and I had like 25 or 30 more unit pop, even though it's Ulan, so it's a little bit inflated, but still I think I had more stuff and I just like took a terrible fight somehow. So that's where I just lost the game, and I feel like in the first fight, just after I sieged the market outside of Julian's base,
yes,
I feel like I could have maybe gotten a better trade, just being more aggressive, you know, going in a bit more with the Ulans and stuff. But I just like was a little bit shy, maybe. Might have overmade war wagons as well. I feel like you need just 4 of them and not like 6, and could have had some more Ulans instead, or some more skirms. Oh, and I forgot. I also like deleted 1 billion units, like trying to reinforce my units because I was completely out of position on the south of the map. So I lost like a 7 skirm shipment and a batch of 5 skirms and maybe a couple Ulans there. You know, like that was also a massive throw. I mean, if I had those units in the main fight, it could totally make a difference. But yeah.
My question about that game 1 is, what was your reaction when you saw the wall from JulianK? Because on the casting side, it was like, damn, was he prepared? You know, it's like, is that something you expected? Like that amount of turtling from JulianK, or were you as surprised as we were casting the
Yeah,
game?
I kind of did. I mean, when I saw the basically in base tower, I knew there would be like some sort of passive play with the pikes and stuff. And then he kind of had to wall up because I was just gonna get so much more stuff because my Semai was actually super aggressive. You know, I edged 16 without any idle time. I went 700 coin next and just did the 8 skirm full Ulan stuff where you just timing push with the vet Ulans. And it's actually really hard for Briz to hold if you go for that kind of like just spike passive Semai. Because it's hard to get like enough Huss and Pike out if you want to beat Skirm Ulan, right? So you kind of have to like wall up and buy time and stuff. So yeah, I was not very surprised. A little bit pissed as usual when I see walls, but you know, I mean, it's like it's fair. It's a tournament, right? But yeah, I wasn't very surprised. Now, then I just knew I would slow play it a little bit more. Try to contain the resources instead. But I expected Julian to have to go out for resources earlier, and in fact, he was able to stay in base for quite a long time. Yeah.
The hand on the eye side saved me.
Yeah, there was that left hunt, which was pretty good, I guess.
It's kind of funny because I was debating to hurt that in early, but then I heard it in the hunt that was at the TP, and that I guess saved me. If I heard it the other way around, it wouldn't have worked.
It's funny that you talk about hunts because we were at that first game, we were talking about how that one just south of your base started getting away from you. I think it was that herd of elk, and we were wondering if that was going to be what, you know, caused you to lose the game because you had some exposed vills out there and you were running out of the initial hunt just below your town center. But it looked like you were able to, you know, kind of finally push off with the walls and start securing some food.
Yeah, you placed 7 manors, and that was it. Hunt was secured with 10 pikes. And that was it basically. And at that point, Kaiserklein didn't have the skirmisher to push off the bike, so
I think
yeah.
I think I lost one bill, but I killed 2 ulans, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, in the base, we saw that,
Well,
but
the question I have for you, Kaiser, I asked Julian. You know, even now you're $200 richer, right? So, I mean, what are you gonna do with your money?
I mean, I usually just leave it in the cash pool for the next tournament. So nothing, I guess.
That's awesome.
That's the man right there. You know, not all heroes wear capes, but Kaiserklein definitely has one. So thank you, Kaiser, for that.
Oh, you beat my response.
I mean, using money to spend some time with your girlfriend is as respectable, I have to say.
Oh yeah, I'm not ashamed. Don't worry.
So yeah. Do you have any more question, Mr. V? Guys, do you have anything to add to the entire tournament? A last word, maybe something like this?
I don't really have so much to say, I guess. I mean, we didn't talk about the next games, but like we said, it was just like terrible games. Like game 1 and 2 were good, and then it was kind of a disaster. Yeah, I feel like I might not play a tournament for quite a while now. I kind of stopped playing the game, and then Legacy tournament made me want to play again. But now I realize even when it's a Legacy tournament, I still just don't really have a good time because I just can't play like I used to, and it's very frustrating to just play. Like you know what you have to do, you know you were able to do it, and you just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, exactly what you mean.
Like you can't even get ahead in a game and still lose because you're gonna fuck something up somehow, like get your enforcement code or just like lose 3 coverings, you know, and then suddenly you lose the game even though you did everything right before that. And that's the kind of detail that I used to not fail most of the time in tournaments. And yeah, it made me realize I don't think tournaments are for me anymore in AOE3.
Hey,
But yeah.
you still went to the final, you know. Like keep your head up, I would say. That was still a really good series, like a really good run. Overall,
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm not gonna say the series, but run for
I
sure.
made it to the finals, but it's just there's way less active, strong players nowadays, you know, and it's just like Julian's ahead of everyone else, and that's why I can be number 2 and get to finals without much trouble. But you know, realistically, it's just I'm playing much worse than I used to, and even if I would win the tournament, I remember when I won the last Legacy tournament, I wasn't even satisfied because I knew I played shit. So yeah, I think that's it for me.
So then let me ask you this then. Now I'm certainly not one of the people that hopes that, you know, you retire for good. I would love to see you play more games, but ultimately the decision's up to you. So I guess if this is going to be one of your last tournaments for a period of time, I guess what would you want your legacy in AoE3 to be, right? Every top level player, and let's not be mistaken, you are, you know, one of the best players of all time. What do you hope to leave as a mark on the game?
I hope they nerf Germany because it's S tier because of my play. So Braze is finally happy about it. Nah, seriously, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I think my legacy is already. It's more like it was a few years ago already. You know, I mean, how should I say? I don't think there's gonna be anything more happening regarding that. It's just. People already know me. They've seen me play in tournaments. I hope I let people learn some few like micro tricks and stuff like that. I hope people will keep full tricking a lot. And yeah, but I mean, what more can I say? Not very much, I guess.
For
not
sure.
Like, go ahead.
For sure, your Germans will be remembered if you don't play some tourneys because yeah, they have been scary. And JulianK showed a very good display in that first game, but when we saw those 17 Ulans at 8 or 9 minutes, I can't remember, but either way, we were like, whoa, that's a lot, you know. And
that was insane.
Yeah, that's yeah. Your German is still scary. That's all I would say.
I got insane treasures, honestly. Like, I even
Yeah,
got
yeah,
100 wood while I was aging, which is so helpful for Germany. And there was not much merit there. It's just I got the perfect early game ready, like perfect H1, perfect early H2, and stuff. And that's just it, really. But thanks.
Well, I mean, just as the caster to the players, and I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of people here. Thank you guys to both of you. I mean, excellent tournament performances. You know, despite what you guys may think of your own play as a 1400 elo player, I I thought it was really good. But my opinion probably doesn't count for much. I think MFD wanted to say a quick thing, so MFD, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Yeah, sure. So first time I think for this entire tournament actually saying something, not just sitting behind the camera. But Kaiserklein, speaking about legacy and all those things, I mean, that's just one thing I wanted to get off my chest here. The only reason I'm sitting here, hundreds and hundreds of users watching these things, are because of the legacy that guys like you and in the legacy game created, right? This entire atmosphere, this game that all of us love and share passion for. And you continue to push this on up to this point. I mean, that's a legacy to be proud of for sure. And the only reason I'm sitting here is also because I watched those games as a kid, just blowing my mind with all that stuff. So I really wanted to say thank you at this point. Thank you to you as players. Thank you to all the audience out there. And what a great community that is sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. And I hope you guys keep hosting nice tournaments, even if I might not play in them. Because I feel like it's the only thing that keeps the game alive, basically, just having tournaments and making people play competitively. So yeah, thanks to you guys.
Yeah. And I mean, just extending that to JulianK, you know, the fact that you've been able to, you know, pick up the torch, as it were, and continue playing at such a high level. Maybe for some of those newcomers who are just arriving on the tournament scene, you know, they don't know the Black Stars, the Lord Raphaels, the Samwise 12s, the H2Os. I mean, it's awesome that you're able to, you know, keep this community going.
Yes, and I can probably make Kaiser sleep a little better at night because I actually will do something to keep his pull tricking alive for a while. I'll do the self-advertising and have you know that by the end of this night, I intend to finally release my second guide on micro, and the pull trick's definitely in there, so you should be fine.
Is the drag box into a click in there as well? So the scrubs
You'll have to find out by yourself. You'll have to find out.
Okay.
He's not
I hope
sharing
it is. I hope it is. Otherwise, I have no chance. You know.
This guy's a marketing master, Kanoki. You ain't getting anything
He
out of him.
is. He is incredible. But yeah, once again, guys, I just wanted to say thank you. MFD, you almost bring a tear into my eyes with that talk. And I can't agree more. Thanks to both of you guys. Amazing series, as we said, a bit short, but still amazing. And yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for tonight, for the entire tourney. Thanks a lot to all of the casters, all of the production guys for the entire tourney as well. Thanks to the organizer, to ESOC at large, and to you, the viewers, because without you, none of this would occur. So thanks a lot, guys. We didn't follow, but like a lot of follows. I think a few subs during the stream. So thanks a lot, guys. And yeah, that was really cool. Really cool night. And I hope that's it. I think
I'm
that's
running out of baguettes. I need more.
I think now we
baguettes.
just
Fuck
look
me.
for a raid. Hopefully somebody is raiding, and we can pass over all these viewers. I know at one point we were at 500.
I'll be that person. I'll play a few games with A's.
Love that. Sweet. So JulianK is going to pick it up and play against Aizamk, the match that could have been. So if some of you were hoping for that in your guys' head, maybe you can head over there and see what might have transpired. But we're going to pass it off to you, Julian. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Bye. Oh, I just pressed live now. But I guess you pressed the other button. Okay, yeah.
This I like
Catch
a
you
lot.
on the other
This I like
side.
a lot.
See you guys.
See you guys.
See you guys. Bye.
Slots to a giant trash can.
running out of baguettes. I need more baguettes. Fuck me.